Hello everyone, and welcome back to Crime Stories for Sleep. Before we begin, I want to let you know that during the first 15 minutes, there will only be a few ads, and after that, the listening will be completely uninterrupted. I chose to do this to give you a better experience. Even though it has greatly reduced the channel's earnings, I'd still like to ask for a little support. Subscribe, leave a like, and if you do, let me know in the comments where in the world you are listening from. These may seem like small gestures, but they are essential to help the channel grow and allow me to keep bringing you these stories every night. Now, lower the volume just a bit, get comfortable, turn off the lights, and let us dive together into tonight's first story. Story 1. The steady, metronomic clack of the typewriter stopped. The silence that followed was not empty. It was a solid thing, a presence that filled the small, book-choked office on the Rue des Écoles. It was the silence of a breath held, a sentence left unfinished. Professor Alfred Voss listened to it, his own fingers poised above the keys of his own machine, 2 floors below. He knew the sound of Keegan's Remington as well as he knew the sound of his own heartbeat, a quicker, more impatient rhythm than his own. This cessation was not deliberate. It was a rupture. He found himself standing, though he did not recall deciding to rise. The wooden stairs groaned under his weight. A familiar chorus of protests that tonight felt like accusations. The hallway on the 3rd floor was a tunnel of shadows, the single bulb at the far end, casting a jaundiced light that seemed to push the darkness toward Keegan's door. It was ajar. A sliver of blackness, deeper than the surrounding gloom, hinted at the void within. Alfred pushed the door open. The smell hit him first, the coppery, organic scent of blood, layered over the old paper and dust and pipe tobacco. Then the sight. Edmund Keegan was slumped forward, his forehead resting on the platen of the typewriter, as if in exhausted prayer. A dark halo seeped from his temple, staining the half-typed sheet. The last line read, "The Magdalene Testament is not a metaphor. The locus is the..." The sentence died with him. Alfred did not scream. He did not move. He became a vessel of observation, his academic mind coldly cataloging the scene. The position of the body, the absence of struggle, the single, precise wound, the object placed with deliberate care on the desk beside the typewriter. A small, worn terracotta oil lamp, Roman era, unlit ... A symbol, a message. This was not a robbery. This was an erasure. The gendarmes came with their clatter, and their cigarettes, and their weary skepticism. A break-in, they suggested. A scholar with dangerous contacts, perhaps. They took notes on mundane things. They did not see the language of the scene. Alfred saw it. The interrupted noise. The suspended sentence. The ancient lamp. A beacon for the dead. He said nothing of these things to them. He pocketed the typed fragment before they could bag it. Lily Zhao arrived with the dawn. She stood in the doorway, her face a pale moon in the dim light, already scrubbed clean of any forensic poetry by the police. She was Keegan's former student, a cryptologist who could make digital stone tablets weep their secrets. She saw Alfred's face and needed no explanation of the horror. She saw the emptiness where the lamp had been, because Alfred had described it to her in a hushed midnight phone call, and she understood its absence was now a part of the cipher. "They took it," she said, her voice flat. "They took the obvious thing," Alfred corrected. "They left the text." The investigation began not with footsteps, but with silences. The police file would go cold, a statistic. Alfred and Lily's inquiry moved in the negative space around the facts. Keegan had been researching the early Christian diaspora in Gaul, a dry topic. But the fragments in his safe, photographs of frescoes from forgotten chapels in the Languedoc, spectral images of strange glyphs, copies of papal inventories with certain entries, subtly altered. A map of Paris with not the churches, but the pagan springs beneath them, circled in faint ink, spoke of a different, deeper quest. The lamp was a key. It directed them to the dank, echoing undercroft of the Cluny Museum, to a collection of Gallo-Roman artifacts. There, tucked between a votive altar and a case of broken fibulae, was its twin. Same coarse red clay, same Chi-Rho symbol scratched crudely into its side, not as a Christian emblem, but as a later addition, a defacement. The museum's ancient curator, a man with fingers like dryad roots, touched the case with a kind of reverence. "This one was found near a necropolis," he whispered. "They say it was a guide, not to light the way for the living, to call the dead to witness. The clue is not the lamp itself, but the pairing. One for the dead Keegan, one for the dead under Paris. A binary, a code. The puzzles unfolded like poisonous flowers. A numeric sequence hidden in Keegan's margin notes led them to a specific book in the Bibliothèque Nationale, a volume on Merovingian tax law. On page 89, a faint impression, a glyph drawn in invisible ink, revealed by the heat of Lily's palm. A dove carrying not an olive branch, but a sword. It matched a carving on a tombstone in the Cimetière de Montmartre, which, when the light of the setting sun hit it at a specific angle, cast a shadow that pointed like an arrow to a particular arrondissement. They were being watched. They felt it as a pressure between the shoulder blades in crowded metro stations, as the fleeting silhouette in a rain-streaked window across the street. Once, Alfred came home to his apartment to find the scent of sandalwood hanging in the air, a smell foreign to his world of dust and ink. Nothing was disturbed. Everything was violated. The killer revealed himself not through pursuit, but through tragedy. His name was Elmer. He was a monk of an obscure, ascetic order. He found him in the shadow of Saint-Sulpice, his face a landscape of torment under the hood of his habit. He did not attack. He wept. "I did not know he would be a man," Elmer said, his voice cracking. The superior general said it was a corruption. A text of such blasphemy, it would unmake the faith. He said the keeper was the corruption's embodiment. I saw only a sin to be excised. But his eyes, when the life left them, they held only a question. They held only a question. He gave them a token, a polished black stone before melting back into the city's stone. He said you would come, the scholar and the codebreaker. He said to give you this if I understood my error. It is from the locus solus, the solitary place. The stone was the next clue. It matched the lithographic limestone of the quarries under the 16th arrondissement, the catacombs not of bones, but of secrets. There, in a chamber mapped on no plan, they found Keegan's life work. Not a book, a curated collection, a kneeling statue of Isis, recarved into a Madonna, a scroll fragment in Aramaic that spoke of a teacher in a tower, not a cross, and at the center, a lead casket. Inside the casket was not the explosive, earth-shattering gospel the world might expect. It was simpler, and for that, more devastating. It was a first-hand account, written on fragile vellum, of a woman named Mariam of Magdala. It was not a spiritual testament. It was a logistical one, a record of flight, of protection, of the safeguarding of a family line. It detailed the journey from Jerusalem to Massalia, the establishment of a community, the integration. It spoke of a teacher whose revolution was not in resurrection, but in a radical, unbearable compassion that threatened empires. And it ended with a list. Names, places, a bloodline not of kings, but of witnesses, stretching across centuries to the present day. The power of it was not in divine claims, but in profound, fragile humanity. It was the thing institutions could not control, the truth that made dogma irrelevant. This was what Keegan died for. This was what the secret society, the Custodes Veritatis, guardians of truth, had sought to bury, not because it was false, but because its simplicity was anarchic. Jonas, the head of the society, was not a monster in a shadowy lair. He received them in a sun-drenched drawing room overlooking the Jardin du Luxembourg. He was an elderly man in a bespoke suit, sipping espresso. He spoke with the weary reason of a librarian discarding outdated texts. "Truth is a solvent," he said. "It dissolves the mortar that holds civilization together." What Keegan found, what you now hold, is not a history. It is a weapon of mass disillusion. We are not villains. We are custodians of stability. We have shepherded humanity through its childhood with necessary myths. Are you prepared for the adulthood your truth would force upon it? He offered them a choice, a vast endowment for their research, a life of quiet, prestigious study. All they had to do was consign the lead casket and its contents to the private vault below his feet. Let the mystery remain a mystery. Let the sleeping truth lie. Alfred looked at Lily. He saw in her eyes the same tectonic shift he felt within himself. The academic's desire for revelation warring with the human's fear of the abyss it might open. The police would never solve Keegan's murder. Elmer was a ghost. Jonas was untouchable. His motives draped in a perverse, paternalistic benevolence. To expose this would be to unleash chaos upon a world already teetering. To bury it was to become accomplices to Keegan's silencing. They left the casket with Jonas. They walked out into the Parisian afternoon, the weight of their complicity settling on them like ash. The case was closed. The mystery was solved, yet utterly unresolved. They had followed the clues to the heart of the labyrinth, only to find the Minotaur was a mirror. Weeks passed. The autumn chill set in. Alfred tried to return to his lectures on symbolic structures in medieval art, but the symbols now seemed like empty husks. Lily stared at lines of code until they blurred into meaningless static. They had traded truth for a haunted piece. Then, a package arrived for Lily, with no return address. Inside was a single sheet of modern paper. On it, in Keegan's unmistakable typing, was a sequence of numbers and letters she recognized instantly. A personal cipher he had taught her. A key said she would know when to use. With numb fingers, she decoded it. It was not a message. It was an access string, a path to a server, a file name, a password. She called Alfred. Together, in the blue glow of her screens, they accessed it. It was a digital vault, and within it, not a scan of the Magdalene Testament, but something else. It was a database, meticulously compiled, endlessly cross-referenced. It contained the list from the casket, but expanded, updated, traced through centuries of births, deaths, migrations. It was a living genealogy, and the final entry, the last name in the witness line, was not a name from antiquity. It was a photograph, a recent photograph, taken on a Paris street. It was a picture of Lily Jaw, taken the day she first met Edmund Keegan, a look of eager intelligence on her face as he handed her a book. The screen flickered. The connection died. The final suspended sentence of Keegan's life echoed in the new silence. The locus is the... The locus was not a place. The keeper was not a role. The witness was the testament. The bloodline was the truth. And it was alive, walking the world, carrying the secret in its very bones, unaware of the burden it bore until the moment it was called to remember. Alfred turned from the dark screen to look at Lily. Her face, illuminated by the city lights through the window, was no longer that of a cryptologist who had solved a puzzle. It was the face of a woman who had just discovered she was the puzzle. The mystery had not ended. It had simply turned its gaze inward and begun again. The air in the small apartment was cold, but neither of them noticed. The hum of the dead computer was a void of sound. Alfred watched as Lily's hand rose, almost of its own volition, and touched her own cheek on the screen's dark reflection, as if verifying her own solidity. The photograph had been intimate, casual, a moment stolen from her own past. Keegan had not just known this would happen. He had prepared for it. He had prepared her for it, without her ever knowing. "All the clues," she said, her voice a dry whisper. "The map of Springs, the pagan sites under the churches, the journey from Jerusalem to Massalia. It wasn't just history. It was a tracing of inheritance, a route of survival." She looked at Alfred, her eyes wide with a dawning horror. "He was my teacher. He sought me out. He guided my studies. Was that mentorship, or was it verification?" Alfred's mind, trained for patterns, recoiled from the one it now saw. The Custodes Veritatis had sought to bury a physical text. But what if the text was always secondary? What if the true testament was organic, passed down not through words, but through lineage, lying dormant until a specific trigger of knowledge and circumstance awakened it? Keegan, the scholar, had pieced together the historical trail, and he had found its living endpoint. "Jonas doesn't know," Alfred said, the realization sharp and cold. "He has the casket. He has the vellum. He thinks he has contained it. He has no idea the truth is standing outside his vault." "But I don't know anything," Lily insisted, a note of desperation breaking through. "I have no hidden memories, no secret gospels in my head. I'm just me." "Are you?" Alfred asked softly. "Think, not of knowledge, but of inclination, of skill." The question hung in the air. Lily's preternatural aptitude for codes, for seeing patterns in chaos, her drawn to Keegan's work, a sense of recognition she had always attributed to intellectual kinship, the way ancient languages sometimes felt less learned and more remembered. "It's not a memory," Alfred murmured, thinking aloud. "It's a capacity, a resonance. The testament isn't a story you know. It's a frequency you're tuned to receive when the right key is played. Keegan played the key. He spent his life reconstructing the score, and in doing so he found the instrument. You. The practical implications began to crash down, wave after wave. Jonas and his society were not omnipotent. They had missed the core truth. But they were vigilant. If they ever suspected, their solution would be final. Keegan's murder was not a barbaric act. It was a clinical one. For the Custodes, Lily would be merely another corrupted text to be erased. "We have to run," Alfred said. "Run where?" Lily laughed, a hollow sound. "If this is true, they've been watching this bloodline for centuries. They have databases too. If Keegan could find me, they can." "Keegan was better," Alfred stated with sudden, fierce conviction. "He was a true scholar. They are just custodians, librarians of a lie. He saw what they could not. He hid you in plain sight, and then he hid the key to seeing you with us. He trusted us with you. The weight of that trust was a physical pressure. Alfred was an old man, set in his ways, his world defined by books and quiet corridors. Now he was the sole guardian of a living secret that could unravel the bedrock of history. Lily was that secret, looking at him with the eyes of a frightened woman, not a relic. She stood up abruptly, pacing the length of the small room. Okay. Assume it's true. What do? We can't publish a paper. We can't go to the press. Professor discovers Messiah's bloodline lives in cryptographer. It's madness, and it would get me killed. We do what Keegan did, Alfred said. We research, but not the past, the present. We use his files, his database. We find out if there are others. A bloodline isn't a single thread. It's a river with many tributaries. You can't be the only one. A spark ignited in Lily's eyes, the cryptologist re-engaging. A problem to solve that was herself. The server, the access string, it was a one-time key, a dead drop. But he would have left more, a trail for me, for us. He knew it only decoded when I was ready, when I knew what I was. She sat back down at the computer, her fingers flying over the keyboard, not with panic, but with a focused intensity. She began cross-referencing the data from the vanished server with Keegan's earlier physical notes, looking not for historical clues, but for digital ghosts, for patterns of obfuscation that pointed to other caches. Alfred watched her, the way her brow furrowed in concentration. He saw not a divine vessel, but a brilliant, terrified woman rising to meet an impossible demand. The testament was not in her blood, he thought. It was in her choice, right now, to seek the truth, even when the truth was herself. That was the unbearable compassion the scroll had spoken of, the courage to face the mirror, even when the reflection held a target. Outside, a light rain began to fall on Paris, washing the streets clean of footprints. Inside, the only sound was the tapping of keys, a new and hesitant rhythm beginning where the old metronomic clack had left off. The sentence was still unfinished. The locus was not a place. The keeper was not a role. The witness was alive, and she was typing. The first new cache was hidden in plain sight, a private photo archive of Keegan's, accessible through a series of algorithmic permutations of Lily's own birth date and place. It contained hundreds of seemingly mundane images, street scenes, museum exhibits, pages from books. But each was tagged with a string of glyphs from the Languedoc frescoes. Lily began to run image recognition, her program sorting and comparing. A pattern emerged. Many of the photos contained people, specific people, recurring in the background of Keegan's academic life. A librarian in Lyon, a vineyard owner in Bordeaux, a young, tired-looking priest in Rome. He wasn't just documenting places, Lily said, her voice hushed. He was documenting people. Alfred leaned in, peering at the faces on the screen. They were ordinary, diverse, unremarkable. Potential relatives? Other branches? Or other witnesses, Lily replied. He was mapping a network, not of knowledge, but of people. A living network. The scope of Keegan's work and their own task expanded dizzyingly. It was no longer about protecting a single secret. It was about understanding an entire hidden ecology, and they were now its reluctant curators. The knock at the door was soft, polite. It froze them both. Alfred gestured for silence, moving to the peephole. His blood went cold. Standing in the dim hallway was Elmer, the monk, his face gaunt and his eyes hollow. He was not wearing his habit, but a simple, ill-fitting coat. He looked like a ghost who had tried and failed to dress as a man. Alfred opened the door a crack. The chain engaged. "What do you want?" "I am being sought," Elmer said, his voice barely audible. "By my brothers, by the custodes. I am a flaw in their work. I came to warn you. They are not satisfied. They are auditing the erasure. They will re-examine everything Keegan touched, everyone he knew. The woman is not safe." "How do they know about her?" Alfred hissed. "They do not yet. But they will trace his steps, his students, his correspondences. They are thorough. They will find her, and they will look closer. And they have tests, ways of discerning the resonance. Lily appeared behind Alfred. What tests? Elmer flinched at the sight of her, as if her face burned him. I do not know the specifics, only that they exist. The superior general spoke of them. They look for a facility with the old tongues, a physiological response to certain symbols, a pull toward the loci. His eyes darted between them, swimming with fear and a strange, desperate hope. You have the casket? The proof? We gave it to Jonas? Alfred said. Elmer's face collapsed. Then you have given them the map. The names on the list. They will be visited. Quietly. The bloodline will be pruned, not for dogma, but for silence. He pressed a crumpled piece of paper through the gap in the door. This is where I will hide for a little while. If you need me. If you find a way to make my sin mean something. Now, he turned and vanished down the stairwell, his footsteps silent. Back inside, Alfred smoothed the paper. It was an address for a hostel in a bleak industrial suburb. A dead end. But the warning was vital. They were out of time for quiet research. We have to activate the network, Lily said suddenly. Keegan was building it, but he died before he could connect it. We have to warn them. The people in these photos. It is too dangerous, Alfred argued. We could be leading the custodes right to them. And if we don't, the custodes will find them alone, unprepared. At least this way, they have a chance. We can use Keegan's methods. Cryptic messages, innuendo. We don't have to say what we are, just that they are in danger because of Keegan's work. Her jaw was set. It's what he would have done. It's what he prepared me to do. Alfred saw the resolve in her, the lineage of witness, not as a passive inheritance, but as an active, stubborn will to protect. He nodded slowly. We need a protocol, a way to communicate, to stay ahead of them. Lily was already back at the computer, pulling up a map of Europe, overlaying it with Keegan's photographic tags. We start with the closest, the priest in Rome. Then the librarian in Lyon. We move fast. We don't stay. We just deliver the warning and the next step. And what is the next step? Alfred asked. Lily's fingers paused. She looked at the rain-streaked window, then back at the screen, at the mosaic of faces Keegan had assembled. We find a way to prove it. Not to the world, to ourselves. And then we decide, together, what to do with a living truth. We learn how to be keepers of something that breathes. She saved the files, encrypted them into a dozen fragments, and scattered them across the digital wilderness. She erased their tracks. Then she stood, pulling on her coat. There was no more hesitation in her, only a grim, clear purpose. The puzzle of herself would have to wait. The safety of the others came first. Alfred followed her, locking the door behind them. The academic life was gone, shed like a skin. He was now something else. A guardian for a new kind of scripture, written in flesh and blood and choice, walking beside him into the damp Paris night. The story was no longer in the past. It was unfolding step by step, on a train platform, in a quiet library, in the eyes of strangers who did not yet know they were chapters in the same book. The erasure had failed. The sentence was being written anew, in the spaces between the watchers, one warning, one face, one act of unbearable compassion at a time. The train to Rome was a blur of gray countryside and the rhythmic clatter of wheels. They sat in silence, each lost in the chasm of their new reality. Alfred watched the world pass. Every stranger on the platform a potential custode. Every glance held a new weight. Lily stared at her own reflection in the dark glass, searching her features for a sign, a mark of difference. She saw only exhaustion and fear. The priest, Father Matteo, was found not in a grand Vatican office, but in a cramped, book-lined room attached to a small, forgotten church in Trastevere. He was a young man with ink-stained fingers and eyes that held a surprising, weary cynicism. When Lily showed him the photograph Keegan had taken, a shot of Matteo deep in study in the Vatican archives, and spoke the coded phrase from the Languedoc glyphs, his face did not show shock, but a profound, resigned sadness. "He found me then," Matteo said in fluent English, his voice soft. "I had hoped my inclinations were merely academic, a talent for dead languages, a discomfort with certain doctrinal histories." He gestured to the shelves. "I have been compiling the history of early Christian schisms. My work is considered obscure, harmless." "It's not," Alfred said. "Keegan's murder proves it's not. There is an organization that silences people who get too close to a particular truth. They may come for you." Matteo nodded slowly. "The Custodes Veritatis. I have heard whispers. A name that surfaces when certain archival requests are denied, when promising researchers suddenly abandon their work." He looked directly at Lily. "And you? You are not just a messenger. You are the reason the whispers are now voices." Lily did not deny it. "We think there are others. Keegan was mapping a network. We need to warn them to connect." "A dangerous endeavor," Matteo said. "Connection creates a pattern, and patterns can be traced. But isolation is death." He opened a drawer, pulling out a simple, old-fashioned address book. "I have two names, not from Keegan, from my own curiosity. A historian in Alexandria, a musician in Vienna. Their work, their interests, stray into the same dangerous currents. I have never contacted them. The risk was too great. He copied the names and addresses onto a slip of paper and handed it to Alfred. "This is my contribution to the network. Now, you should go. My parish is poor and quiet, but not invisible." As they left the dim church, emerging into the Roman sunlight, Alfred felt a fragile thread of hope. They were not just running. They were weaving. Each contact was a knot in a nascent, invisible web. The librarian in Lyon was next. Madame Evrard was a woman in her 60s, with a spine of steel and a laugh like rustling parchment. Her domain was a specialist collection on medieval trade routes. When Lily gave the warning, the old woman's eyes sharpened behind her spectacles. "So, the quiet war reaches my desk," she said, unsurprised. "I have been audited twice in the past decade. Men in very nice suits, asking very pointed questions about my access logs. They were looking for Keegan's trail." She reached out, taking Lily's hand in her own dry, papery ones. "Child, you have his look about you. The same fever in the mind. He was here often, you know. In his last years, he was less interested in the routes of goods and more in the roots of people, of families. Nanyan." She offered no new names, but something more practical. A safe location. A family-owned vineyard in the Rhone Valley, off the books, where they could rest, regroup, and access the internet away from prying eyes. "Tell them Claudine sent you," she said, writing the details. "They are sympathetic to hidden things." The journey to the vineyard was a descent into an older, quieter France. The family, the Beauforts, asked no questions. They were given a small stone cottage overlooking the rows of vines, now bare and skeletal in the winter light. For the first time in weeks, they slept deeply, lulled by the profound silence of the countryside. It was there, in the pre-dawn gloom of their third day, that the second package arrived. It was left not at the door, but on the seat of an old tractor in the barn. A small, waterproof pouch. Inside was a cheap, disposable phone and a single note. The audit has begun. They are 2 steps behind you. The Vienna contact is compromised. Do not go. The locus is not a place. The keeper is not a role. The testament is not a text. Remember, in Amipur, Elmer Dort T. He was still following, still watching from the shadows. His warning was a gift and a confirmation of their worst fears. The custodes were moving, and they were cleaning house. Lily powered on the phone. It had 1 number pre-programmed. She exchanged a look with Alfred, then pressed call. It rang twice before a voice answered, a woman's voice, accented, tense. "You have the note from the monk," she said. It was not a question. "Yes," Lily replied. "Then you know not to come to Vienna. But you must understand what compromised means. It does not mean they have been warned. It means they have been acquired, or eliminated. The network is bleeding before it is born." "Who are you?" Alfred asked, leaning close to the speaker. "A tributary," the voice said. "Like you, like the girl. My name is Anya. I was a student of Keegan's a lifetime ago. He helped me understand why the music of the 14th century made me feel ill, and why certain intervals in modern compositions feel like home. I've been waiting for a sign that his work continued." She paused, and they could hear the sound of city traffic in the background. "The monk is right. They are close. You must go deeper into hiding. But hiding is not enough. You must learn. The girl must learn what she is. Not the history, but the function." "How?" Lily asked, her voice trembling. "The resonance," Anya said. "Elmer spoke of tests. You must test yourself. Find one of the true loci. Not a church built on a spring, but a place untouched. A primary source. Go there. Sit. Listen. Not with your ears. If you are what Keegan believed, you will know. And that knowledge is the only thing that will protect you. It is the only thing they truly feel." The line went dead. The phone signal died a moment later. A one-time burn. Lily looked at Alfred. The note crumpled in her fist. The vineyard, which had felt like a sanctuary, now felt like a trap. They were being herded, but by conflicting shepherds. One a fearful monk, the other a mysterious musician. "A true locus," Alfred murmured, unfolding a worn map from his bag. His finger traced the route from Massalia, following the old springs. One was marked with a symbol Keegan had never deciphered, a circle with a line through it, in a remote valley of the Pyrenees. It was not a site of a church or a temple. It was simply a place. "It's a risk," he said. "It could be exactly what the custodes expect. Or it could be the answer," Lily said, her gaze fixed on the symbol. "Not who I am, but what I'm for." She took a deep breath, the cool, damp air of the vineyard filling her lungs. The burden of the secret was a cold stone in her chest, but Anya's words had sparked a new, defiant flame. She was tired of being a puzzle to be solved. She would become the solver. "We go to the spring. We test the resonance." Alfred saw the determination settle on her features, a mantle she was choosing to wear. The witness was not just inheriting a truth. She was stepping into a role, forging it with every uncertain step. He folded the map. "Then we go," he said. As they slipped out of the cottage before dawn, leaving a note of thanks for the Beauforts, the first snow began to fall on the vineyards, a silent blanket of white covering their tracks. They were leaving the world of books and servers behind, heading for the oldest kind of place, where the only text was the land itself, and the only proof was in the blood. The audit was closing in from behind, and the unknown was pulling them forward. Between the two, in the silent, falling snow, the Living Testament began her pilgrimage. The journey south was a retreat into a deeper cold. The train to Tullus was followed by a bus into the foothills, and finally, a hired car with a taciturn driver who asked no questions as he navigated the winding, snow-dusted roads higher into the mountains. The modern world fell away, replaced by silent forests and jagged peaks. The map symbol corresponded to a nameless bend in a river, a place with no road, no path. They were dropped in a village that was little more than a cluster of stone roofs huddled against the slope. The driver pointed to a logging track that vanished into the pines. Follow the river sound. 2 hours, maybe 3. There is a shepherd's hut. Fallen in. That is the place. He accepted his cash and left without a backward glance, the sound of his engine swallowed quickly by the immense quiet. They walked. The air was thin and sharp, scented with pine and frozen earth. The only sounds were their breath, the crunch of their boots, and the distant, constant rush of water. Alfred carried the pack, his senses straining against the silence for any sign of pursuit. Lily walked ahead, her eyes on the ground, but her attention was turned inward, a silent rehearsal for a test she didn't understand. They found the hut, a collapsed skeleton of rotten timber. Beyond it, the valley opened into a small, breathtaking clearing. A sheer rock face rose on one side, weeping with ice. At its base, even in the deep cold, a pool of dark water steamed gently, fed by a trickle from the rocks. The ground around it was unnaturally clear of snow, a ring of moss and tough winter grass. This was it. No altar, no carving, no marker. Just water and stone and air. Now what? Alfred whispered, the place demanding reverence. Lily didn't answer. She approached the pool's edge, knelt on the damp moss, and simply looked into the black water. She tried to empty her mind, to listen as Anya had said. She felt nothing but the cold seeping through her jeans, the ache of the journey, the gnawing fear of a pointless gamble. Minutes passed. A bird cried somewhere high above. Disappointment, thick and bitter, rose in her throat. It was just a spring. She was just a woman with a tragic, convoluted family history. The whole edifice of mystery crumbled in the face of this simple, silent place. She was about to stand, to tell Alfred it was over, when a wave of dizziness hit her. It was not illness. It was a sudden, profound sense of displacement, as if the ground beneath her had shifted not in space, but in time. The sound of the water changed. It wasn't louder, but fuller, layered with echoes of other waters, other winds. The light seemed to thicken, the shadows by the rock face deepening into impossible blackness that somehow did not frighten her. And then came the pull. Not a magnetic force, but a yearning, a deep cellular recognition. It was directed at the rock wall itself, at a seemingly blank section to the left of the spring. She stood unsteady and walked toward it. Alfred started to speak, but she held up a hand. Her fingers, moving without conscious instruction, traced the cold stone. Under her touch, what had seemed like natural weathering resolved into lines. Faint, nearly erased by millennia, but unmistakable. A series of curves and dots. Not the Languedoc glyphs. Something older, simpler. A language of water and earth. As her fingers traced the last curve, a memory that was not her own flickered behind her eyes. Not an image, but a sensation. A hand, much larger than hers, pressing against the same stone in greeting, in gratitude, in farewell. A profound, sorrowful love for this place, and a duty to leave a message for those who might come after. She gasped, stumbling back. The sensation vanished. The world was just the world again, cold, quiet, real. But she was changed. Lily? Alfred was at her side, his hand on her arm. I felt it, she breathed, tears freezing on her cheeks. It's real. It's all real. The resonance. It's a memory. Not in my mind, Alfred. In my blood. It's a memory in my blood." She looked at him, her eyes wide with awe and terror. "And I think I know what the testament is for. It's not a record of the past. It's an instruction for the future. A warning we haven't understood yet." Before Alfred could respond, a sharp crack echoed through the clearing. Not a branch. A gunshot, distant but distinct, from the direction of the logging track. Then, another. The audit had found them. Alfred grabbed her, pulling her toward the tree line on the far side of the clearing. "Not back the way we came. Go, Lily, up into the rocks." They scrambled, slipping on ice, clawing for purchase. The sanctuary had become a trap, but as she climbed, her heart hammering against her ribs, Lily clutched the new knowledge tight. The custodes could chase them. They could try to erase them, but they could not erase the truth etched in stone and blood. She had felt it. She was it. And now, she had to learn how to read the rest of the message before the ones who feared it ended the sentence for good. Story 2. The Venetian blind trembled. Not with the wind, for there was none. The air in the small, sun-bleached kitchen was thick and still, heavy with the smell of old coffee and lemon-scented polish. It was a single, vertical slat, the third from the left, that shivered. Alonzo Cruz, 12 years old, and sharp in the way quiet children often are, noticed it as he poured a glass of milk. He stood, the carton suspended, and watched. The slat settled. Then, a minute later, as if sighing, it trembled again. Faint, metallic scent, like a wet coin, threaded through the lemon. He walked to the window, his sneakers silent on the linoleum. Their backyard was a narrow strip of tired grass, ending at a cinder block wall. Beyond it lay the alley, and beyond that, the back of the old Varelli building, a soot-stained relic from a grander era. The blind's twitch offered a fragmented view. A slice of the wall, a green dumpster, a puddle of oily rainbow water. Nothing moved, but the air smelled of rain that hadn't fallen, and of that cold, metallic ghost. He forgot about it, or he forced himself to. That was Tuesday. On Thursday, coming home from school, he saw the car. A long black sedan, polished to a liquid shine, parked 2 houses down from his own. It was as out of place as a panther in a parking lot. The windows were tinted the color of obsidian. As he passed, his backpack straps digging into his shoulders, he heard a sound from within the car. A soft, rhythmic click, 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 like a beetle trapped in a jar. He walked faster, the back of his neck prickling. That night, from his bedroom window, which faced the street, he saw the car again. It was just there, a pool of darkness under the jaundiced glow of the street lamp. The click, click, click was gone, replaced by profound, waiting silence. He pulled his curtain closed, but left a hair's breadth of a gap. He watched until his eyes ached. At 2:17 a.m., by the red digits of his clock, the car's interior light bloomed for a single second as a door opened and closed. A shape, broad and hatless, moved up the sidewalk, not towards his house, but past it, dissolving into the shadows near the Varelli building. The car remained, a silent sentinel. Friday was the day of the secret. His mother, Elisa, worked the late shift at the hospital. The apartment held its breath around him. Boredom and a nagging curiosity about the trembling blind and the black car drove him outside. He took his basketball. The thump, thump, thump on the pavement, a comforting, mundane heartbeat. He drifted towards the alley behind the Varelli. The ball bounced once, twice, then rolled from his hand as if of its own volition, coming to rest against the building's rusted service door, which was, against all history, slightly ajar. The metallic smell was stronger here, coppery and thick. He heard voices, not from the alley, but filtering down from an open window high above. A sharp, educated voice clashing with a low, gravelly rumble. He pushed the heavy door. It opened onto a stairwell of peeling green paint and concrete, smelling of damp and mildew dockyard. The voices were clearer now, echoing down the stairwell's throat. Not a question of payment. It's a question of permanence. The educated voice, clipped, impatient. My kind of insurance is permanent. The gravel voice. It made Alonso's stomach feel cold. A third voice, softer, almost inaudible, tried to interject. Then a sound like a heavy book slapping a leather chair. A sharp intake of breath. Alonso crept up to the first landing, pressed against the cold wall. Through the wrought iron railing, he could see a slice of an office door on the floor above, standing open. A rectangle of expensive amber light fell onto the dusty hallway floor. He saw a shadow move, a man in a suit, pacing. Then, another shadow, immense, blocking the light for a moment. The soft voice rose in pitch, pleading. You don't understand the documentation. It's not just with me. Then you'll get it. The gravel voice. There was a scuffle, a choked gasp that seemed to go on forever, a terrible, wet thud. Then silence, a silence so complete it roared in Alonso's ears. The immense shadow moved again. A man walked into the slice of Alonso's vision. He was not large, but he carried a density, a gravity that seemed to bend the light around him. He wore a charcoal suit, perfectly tailored. His hair was silver, swept back. He took a white handkerchief from his pocket and meticulously wiped his right hand, finger by finger. He looked not at the room behind him, but down the stairwell. His eyes from that distance were like chips of flint. They did not see Alonso, frozen in the shadows, but Alonso felt seen, known, imprinted. This was Derek. Derek turned and said calmly, "Clean it, find it." Then he walked out of sight. Alonso did not remember fleeing. He was simply suddenly back in his kitchen, the trembling blind, the smell of lemons, and now, forever, copper. He vomited into the sink. He scrubbed his hands until they were raw, but the metallic scent was in his sinuses, his pores. He said nothing to his mother when she came home, her eyes smudged with exhaustion. He lay in bed, listening. The black car was gone, but the click, click, click was now inside his head. On Saturday, the news said a lawyer named Martin Varelli had been found dead in his family's old building, an apparent victim of a burglary gone wrong. Alonso knew the shape of the lie. He also knew, with a child's absolute clarity, that the man with the silver hair and the flint eyes knew there had been a witness. The secret was now inside him, a live, cold thing coiled in his gut. The secret was the eye, the documentation, the thing the lawyer had died for. The world became a pattern of threats. A different car, a gray one, now idled on their street. Men in cheap sport coats came to the door, showing badges that flashed too quickly to read. They asked his mother questions in smooth, sympathetic tones that didn't match their cold eyes. They wanted to know if Alonso liked to explore, if he'd seen anything unusual. Their presence was a pressure, a vacuum sucking the truth out. They were the federal authorities. Their protection felt identical to the threat. His mother, Elisa, fragile as a bird but with a spine of tempered steel, grew paler and more determined. She stopped letting him play outside. She changed the locks. The trembling of the blind became a constant, a metronome of his anxiety. He saw the gray car, the black car, the men in sport coats, the immense shadow of Derek in every corner. The monotony of fear was its own torture. The note, when it came, was slipped under the door. Plain white paper, folded in a precise, sharp-creased square. It said only, "They will trade you for it. You are a receipt. Be silent." It was unsigned. He tore it up, flushed it, but the folds were etched in his mind. The note, always folded the same way. The second note came a week later, folded identically. They are listening. The lawyer is your only exit. This time, a name was typed at the bottom. Delaney Shaw. He found her. She worked out of a modest office in a less part of the city, a space that smelled of earnestness and strong coffee. Delaney was in her late 30s, with a face that was handsome rather than pretty, intelligence burning like a pilot light behind her gray eyes. She listened to his halting, terrified story without interruption. She didn't touch him, didn't offer false comfort. She simply absorbed the facts. The trembling blind, the black car, the click-click, the slice of light, the wet thud, the silver-haired man, the folded notes. The notes are a warning, but also a roadmap, she said, her voice low and steady. Someone inside this machine has a conscience, or an agenda. They're telling you the truth. The authorities don't want to protect you, Alonso. They want to extract what you saw, use it to bring down Derek's empire, and then discard you. You're a key, not a child. And Derek needs the key destroyed. Derek needs the... She took his case. Not with grand promises, but with a ferocious, quiet dedication. She became his fortress. She moved him and his mother through a dizzying carousel of safe houses, a stifling apartment that smelled of cat urine, a cabin in the woods where the silence was itself a noise, a bland hotel room with eternally humming air conditioning. Each time, the pattern repeated. The gray car would appear. A black sedan would glide past, the footsteps echoing once more in the stairwell of his dreams. Delaney fought with the cold-eyed federal men, her voice a scalpel against their blunt force. She filed motions, created a paper fortress. She argued that Alonso was a minor, a traumatized witness, not an asset. But the secret, it, hung over everything. Alonso, in his fractured memory, replayed the lawyer's soft, pleading voice. The documentation. It's not just with me. He started to dream of a safe deposit box, of a locker in a bus station, of a book with a hollowed-out core. The secret was a ghost, and it was haunting him to death. Derek's hitmen were artists of pressure. A brick through the window of the cat urine apartment, a punctured tire on Delaney's car. Then, the escalation. Eliza, walking home from the grocery store, was gently, deliberately bumped by a man who whispered, "A mother's love is a beautiful, fragile thing." Before melting into the crowd, she wasn't hurt, but the message was a surgical strike. The fear was no longer monotony. It was a crescendo. The climax came at the riverfront. Delaney, desperate, had arranged a meeting with a federal prosecutor she thought she could trust, a man named Hayes. It was to be at an abandoned warehouse, a place of exposed brick and echoing emptiness, the river smelling of rust and decay outside. Alonso insisted his mother stay behind, hidden. He went with Delaney, a wire taped to his chest, a pathetic talisman. Hayes was there, his smile not reaching his eyes. The gray car was parked outside. As Hayes spoke, his voice oily with reassurance, Alonso's eyes were drawn to a shadow in the gallery above. The familiar, dense silhouette. Derek? He wasn't here to watch. He was here to conclude. "The boy comes with us, Miss Shaw. We can protect him," Hayes was saying. "You can't even protect this meeting," Delaney said, her gaze following Alonso's to the gallery. She saw Derek. She understood. Everything happened in a series of sharp, cinematic cuts. A hitman, not Derek's usual artist, but a blunt instrument, stepped from behind a pillar, a gun raised towards Alonso. Delaney didn't scream. She threw herself in front of him. The gunshot was enormous in the hollow space. Delaney jerked, a red flower blooming on her shoulder. She fell, pulling Alonso down with her. Hayes shouted, drawing his own weapon. A second shot rang out from the gallery. Derek. Efficient. Precise. Pace dropped. The hitman turned his gun back towards Alonso and the struggling Delaney. But Alonso was not looking at the gun. He was looking past the hitman to the warehouse door, where his mother, Elisa, who had followed them, stood silhouetted. She held a small antique revolver, his grandfather's, its shape trembling violently in her hands. She fired. The sound was wrong, a flat crack. The bullet went wide, pinging off steel, but the distraction was enough. From the floor, Delaney, her face white with pain, kicked out at the hitman's knee. He stumbled, and Alonso moved. He didn't think. He ran, not away, but towards the river door, a small access point behind a rusted machine. He heard a shout, another shot, the whine of a bullet on metal. Then he was outside, in the cool, diesel-scented air, the river a black ribbon under a sliver of moon. He ran along the pier, his breath sobbing. He heard footsteps behind him, steady, unhurried. Derek. The boy reached the end of the pier, the wood groaning underfoot. He turned. Derek stood 10 feet away, the silver hair gleaming in the ambient light. He held no gun. His hands were in his pockets. "The documentation, Alonso," Derek said, his gravel voice almost gentle. "Where is it?" "The lawyer told you." In his panic, he told the room. You were the room. And in that moment, the secret uncoiled. It wasn't a where. It was a what. The lawyer's pleading voice. "It's not just with me." Alonso, his mind crystalline with terror, saw the man wiping his hands with a handkerchief. The meticulous care. It wasn't a paper. It was a biological trace. A smear of blood, a hair, a skin cell under a fingernail. The lawyer, in his struggle, had taken a piece of Derek with him. The documentation of the murder was on the victim himself. The evidence was waiting in the cold room of the coroner, mislabeled, overlooked, but retrievable. That was the secret. The lawyer's final, fatal act of insurance. Alonso said nothing. He looked past Derek to the warehouse. He saw no one coming. He was alone with the gravity of the man. Derek read the understanding in his face. He nodded, almost respectfully. He took a step forward. Alonso took a step back. His heel met air. He didn't jump. He let himself fall backwards, away from the man, into the consuming darkness of the river. The cold was a shock that stole his breath. The black water swallowed him. The sounds of the world became a muted roar. He kicked, not towards the surface, but with the current, letting the ancient dirty river take him. Days later, a boy's sodden backpack was found caught in the pilings downriver. Inside were school books, a waterlogged basketball card, and a single, perfectly folded white note, the ink blurred to ghosts. The authorities called off their search. The gray cars vanished. Derek's empire, after a period of watchful quiet, continued its silent operations. Delaney Shaw recovered from her wound. She never stopped looking, filing motions into a void. Her dedication now a monument to a lost cause. Elisa moved away. Her fragility hardened into a permanent, quiet sorrow. The antique revolver left behind in a drawer. The story became a rumor, then a ghost story, then nothing. On the riverbank, where the pier met the land, the seasons worked their slow, indifferent magic. Spring rains softened the earth. Summer weeds grew thick and tall through the cracks in the concrete. Wind scattered dust and leaves over the last. Faint scuff marks of a struggle. The river, constant and brown, lapped at the shore, erasing footprints, smoothing stones. A year later, there was no sign that anything of consequence had ever happened there. Only the environment remained. The rusting warehouse, the murmuring water, the sky, indifferent above. If you knew where to look, you might find a single twisted scar on a wooden piling where a bullet had once torn a fleeting wound. But even that was slowly being smoothed away by the relentless, patient water. The crime, the mystery, the boy, all were being erased, leaving only the river's slow, silent flow as the final, unanswered testament. The river did not give him up. It carried him, a piece of dark flotsam, in the greater dark, under the pier, and then out into the main channel. Alonzo fought the instinct to gasp, to claw for the surface. He forced his limbs to go slack, letting the current turn him, his jacket ballooning with air. He surfaced once, a choked intake of breath behind a crumbling concrete abutment, then sank again, pushing with the flow, not against it. The water was a cold, living thing, pulling him away from the pier, from the silhouette, from the world where he was a receipt. He washed up on a gravel bar a mile downstream, vomiting river water and terror. He was in an industrial no-man's land of chain-link and warning signs. The city lights were a distant smear. He stripped off his waterlogged shoes and the heavy jacket, leaving them as a false marker. In his socks, he climbed the bank and vanished into the maze of loading docks and fenced lots. He did not go home. He could not. Home was a trap now. A story that had ended. The boy who poured milk in a sun-bleached kitchen was gone. The person shivering behind a dumpster, his teeth chattering, was someone new. He had the secret, and the secret was his only currency. It was a cold, hard knot of knowledge in his center. The proof was on the lawyer's body. A scratch, a transfer, something the coroner had missed because they weren't looking for it. They were looking for a burglary. Derek's people would have tried to access the body, but a federal evidence lockup was a fortress even they couldn't silently breach. The evidence was in purgatory, and Alonso was the only soul who knew its true name. He needed to get to it before Derek's people found a way, or before the federal men who now believed him dead closed the case entirely. But he was 12, penniless, and hunted by two separate machines that wanted to grind him into dust. He thought of Delaney. He saw her falling, the red flower on her shoulder. She had taken a bullet meant for him. She was his fortress, and he had led the siege right to her gates. He could not go to her. To connect with her was to paint a target on her back, and on his mother's, all over again. His silence was their only protection now. The folded notes had been right. He was alone. The first night he spent in the hollow heart of a condemned smokestack, curled on a bed of old newspapers, the metallic smell of the river still in his nose. He slept in fits, jerking awake at every rustle, the wet thud from the Varelli stairwell echoing in his skull. When dawn came, gray and thin, he moved. He became a ghost in the city's blind spots. He learned which bakeries tossed out day-old bags of rolls just after sunrise. He learned to drink from exterior spigots behind gas stations. He watched the news on display televisions through electronics store windows. He saw his own face, a school photo, flash on the screen under the word missing. Then, a week later, it didn't. The story had died. He had died. The freedom was absolute and terrifying. His plan formed slowly, a desperate thing built from shards of memory. The lawyer, Martin Varelli, he had an office downtown, a place Alonso had seen in the news clip after the murder. It would be sealed, a crime scene, but it was a place to start. A place where a lawyer who kept a biological insurance policy might have left a trail, a clue, a key, for the truly desperate to find. Getting there took 3 days, moving only at night, sleeping in daylight in a different hidden crevice each time. He stole a hooded sweatshirt from an unlocked car, a dark blue one. It swallowed him. He kept his head down, his hands in the pockets. He looked like any skinny kid, maybe a little dirty. The Varelli building, from the front, was a grand dame fallen on hard times. The lobby was dim, a security guard dozing behind a desk. Alonso slipped past the main entrance and went to the alley service door, the one that had been ajar that fateful Friday. It was locked now, a heavy padlock bolted through a hasp. He stood there, the metallic scent faint but persistent in the damp air. He looked up. The window high above was closed. He was turning away, a hollow feeling in his chest, when he saw it. Tucked into a crack in the mortar just above the foundation was a small, smooth stone. It was out of place. He pried it loose. Behind it was a niche, and in the niche, a single key. It was tarnished silver, unlabeled. A reckless, hidden hope. A key for a desperate person to find. It fit the padlock. The door swung inward with the same groan. The stairwell was darker, colder, the smell of damp now mixed with a faint, lingering chemical tang, cleaning products that couldn't mask the memory of violence. He did not go up to the office where the amber light had fallen. He went down. The lawyer's plea, it's not just with me. The documentation was physical, on his body. Nor would a cautious man keep the instructions for his own posthumous revenge. Not at home. Not in a safe his enemies could find. In the last place they'd look. The place where he died. The basement was a labyrinth of storage rooms and old boilers. Alonzo's heart hammered against his ribs. He used the light from a discarded cigarette lighter he'd found, its flame trembling. He searched for an hour, his hope fading. Then, in a small, dank room filled with broken furniture, he saw it. An old, defunct fire extinguisher cabinet, its glass long gone. Taped to the inside back, behind a curled piece of sheet metal, was a sealed plastic bag. Inside was a single keycard and a slip of paper with a 7-digit number. No name, no address. The keycard had a logo, Metro City Central Evidence and Archives. The number was an evidence code. The lawyer hadn't just hidden evidence on his own body. He had guaranteed it would be found. He had logged it into the system himself, under some obscure case number, a piece of miscellaneous transfer material waiting in the cold storage of the city. He had given himself a back door, and he had left the key to that back door in the walls of his own tomb, for the witness, for the river ghost, to find. Alonzo clutched the bag. The secret had a shape now. It had a location. He was no longer just a boy with a memory. He was a key holder. And he knew, with a certainty that chilled him deeper than the river ever had, that Derek knew it, too. The man with the flint eyes would have turned over every stone. He would have found this trail. He would be waiting at the end of it. The archive was not a place he could walk into. It was a fortress of bureaucracy and badges. He needed a proxy. He needed someone who could walk in the light. He thought of the folded notes, the conscience in the machine. Delaney Shaw. Contacting her was the most dangerous thing he could do. It would light a signal fire for every hunter on his trail. But she was the only sword he had. He found a payphone outside a laundromat, its receiver sticky and cracked. He dialed her office number, the one he'd memorized from her business card. He let it ring once, twice. On the third ring, a voice answered, weary but alert. Shaw. He pressed the coin slot, creating a metallic clatter. He breathed out, just once, a shaky exhale into the mouthpiece. Then he hung up. It was enough. A breath. A signal from the dead. She would know. She would have to choose to listen. And he would have to wait, exposed in the open frame of the phone booth, watching the street for black sedans and gray cars, hoping his fortress was still standing, and that she would come. The wait was an agony of exposed nerves. He left the phone booth and melted into the alley behind the laundromat, crouching behind a reeking dumpster. Minutes stretched like tar. Every engine sound was a threat, every footfall a potential end. He clutched the plastic bag inside the pocket of his stolen sweatshirt, the keycard's sharp corner pressing into his palm. He didn't see her arrive. He heard the car, a nondescript sedan, pull into the laundromat lot. with a soft crunch of gravel. The engine cut. A long silence followed. Then, a single, deliberate tap of a car horn. Not a blast, just a touch. A signal. Alonzo peered around the dumpster. Delaney was alone. She stood beside the driver's door, not looking around, her posture rigid. She wore a simple trench coat, her arm in a sling hidden beneath it. Her face was pale, thinner, but her eyes scanned the surroundings with a fierce, weary intensity. She was a lighthouse, and he was the shipwreck in the dark. He hesitated. This was the threshold. Stepping out was an act of faith that could get them both killed. But the keycard was useless without her. He took a breath that tasted of garbage and rust, and stepped into the open. Delaney's gaze found him instantly. Her eyes widened, a fracture in her professional composure. She didn't smile. She didn't speak. She simply opened the passenger door and gave a slight, urgent nod. He slid into the car, the smell of clean upholstery and her perfume alien and overwhelming. She got in, started the engine, and pulled onto the street with smooth, normal speed. "You're alive," she said finally, her voice flat, controlled. It wasn't a greeting. It was an assessment. "You got shot," he said, the words sticking in his dry throat. "I got lucky." She glanced at him, her eyes taking in his gaunt face. The filthy clothes. "The river?" He nodded. "Smart." She drove for several blocks, her movements calm, but her knuckles were white on the wheel. The breath on the phone was smarter. "They're monitoring my lines, but a hang-up with noise. I'd dismiss it as a wrong number, I hoped." She paused. "Your mother is safe. Relocated. She thinks you're dead. It's the only thing keeping her safe." The news was a physical blow, a hollowing out of his chest. He looked out the window at the passing city. "I have it," he whispered. "The way to get the evidence." He pulled the plastic bag from his pocket and laid it on the console between them. Delaney glanced down, her eyes narrowing at the logo on the keycard. "Morelli's basement," he explained. "He left a back door. The evidence is logged. It's in the central archive. That number is the code." Delaney let out a slow, shuddering breath. A dead man's switch. He was more careful than anyone knew. She fell silent, thinking, "I can't walk in there. My face is too known now. Hayes' death. I'm a person of interest. They'd detain me, and you. Derek will have someone inside. He'll have the archive flagged for any inquiry related to Varelli. Then what do? We use the machine against itself," she said, a grim edge returning to her voice. "The folded notes, the conscience. You're not the only one who's been hiding." She reached into her coat and pulled out a small, plain cell phone. "I kept a clean line for emergencies. I have a contact. Federal, but not Hayes. Someone who's been watching, waiting for a crack in Derek's armor. She's risked a lot to pass me information. She can walk into that archive." "You trust her?" "I trust that she wants Derek gone more than she wants to follow orders." Delaney pulled the car into the parking garage of a large anonymous apartment complex. "We wait here. It's safe for a few hours." They sat in the dim, concrete silence. Alonzo finally asked the question that had burned in him since the river. "What happens after, if we get it?" Delaney looked at him, her expression unguarded for the first time. A profound, exhausted sadness. "Then you testify. Not in a whisper to a prosecutor in a warehouse. In open court, with the world watching. You become the key that turns the lock, Alonzo. And then you get to try and be a boy again. If that's even possible anymore." The hours ticked by. Delaney made a single brief call on the clean phone, her words cryptic. "The package is ready for pickup. The locker is open." She gave the evidence code. Dusk was settling when a different car, A gray compact entered the garage and parked 2 rows over. A woman in a sensible coat and glasses got out. She carried a briefcase. She didn't look at them. She walked to a specific pillar, knelt as if to tie her shoe, and placed the briefcase on the ground. Then she stood and walked away, disappearing up a stairwell. Delaney waited a full 5 minutes. "Stay here," she commanded. She got out, retrieved the briefcase, and returned. Inside was an archive box, sealed with evidence tape, and on top of the tape, a single fresh white note, folded once. Delaney's hands trembled as she opened it. It read, "Chain of custody intact. Sample is from under Varela's right thumbnail. Logged as unknown debris. DNA analysis pending. Run. Now. Wah. Now." Beneath the note, under layers of protective packaging, was a small, clear evidence vial. Inside, a barely visible fleck of dark material, the lawyer's final, furious grasp. The piece of Derek. "It's enough," Delaney breathed. "It's enough to force an exhumation, a proper comparison. It's the thread we pull." At that moment, the garage lights flickered and died, plunging them into near darkness. A car engine growled to life at the entrance, headlights spearing the gloom. Not a sedan. A large, black SUV. It didn't speed. It rolled forward with a predatory grace, blocking the exit ramp. "Here, found us," Alonso said, his voice eerily calm. The inevitable had arrived. Delaney shoved the evidence vial into the inner pocket of his sweatshirt. "Take this. Get to the stairwell. Go up to the roof. There's a bridge to the next building. Go. Go. What about you? I'm the distraction. I'm the one they see." She gripped his arm, her fingers fierce. "You are the evidence now, Alonso. Run, and don't stop." The SUV's doors opened. Silhouettes emerged. Delaney looked at him one last time, and in her eyes he saw the fortress, battered but unbroken. Then she turned, threw open her door, and stepped out into the headlights, her empty hands raised, a defiant shadow against the glare. Alonso slipped out the other side, into the welcoming dark between the cars. He didn't look back. He ran for the stairwell door, the small, cold vial pressed against his heart, the weight of a dead man's justice in his pocket. The footsteps behind him were not echoes from a dream. They were real, and they were coming. But he was already moving, a ghost with a purpose, disappearing into the concrete veins of the city. The final piece of the puzzle finally in play. The stairwell door clanged shut behind him, a sound like a gunshot in the concrete chamber. He took the steps 2 at a time, his socked feet silent on the grimy metal. Below, he heard a shout. Then the sound of the car door being ripped open. Delaney was buying seconds. He could not waste them. The roof access door was locked, but the mechanism was old and rusted. He threw his shoulder against it. Once, twice, the impact jolting through his bones. On the third try, it gave with a screech of protesting metal. The night air was cold and vast. The city, a carpet of lights below. He saw the bridge Delaney mentioned, a narrow, enclosed walkway connecting this building to its twin next door. It was a flimsy-looking tube of corrugated plastic and steel grating, suspended 5 stories above a service alley. He was halfway across when he heard the roof door crash open behind him. A flashlight beam swept, pinning him for a second in its blinding circle. He didn't look back. He ran, the bridge swaying and clattering under his weight. A shout echoed, then the sharp, unmistakable crack of a bullet hitting metal. They weren't aiming to miss now. He was no longer a receipt to be collected. He was a loose end to be severed. He burst out onto the opposite roof, his lungs burning. This building was lower, with a fire escape ladder bolted to its side. He swung over the edge, his hands slipping on the cold iron, and scrambled down. The alley below was a canyon of shadows. He hit the ground running, the impact shuddering up his legs. He had no plan, only direction. Away. He ducked under a loading dock, through a broken fence, and emerged onto a quiet street of closed shops. He moved from doorway to doorway, a phantom in the urban landscape. The vial was a brand against his skin. He needed to get it somewhere safe, somewhere they could never reach. The archive was compromised. Delaney was compromised. The folded note contact was burned. He was truly alone with the truth. He thought of the river, its patient, erasing flow. It had hidden him once. It could hide this. But evidence couldn't be submerged. It needed to be preserved, to be found by the right people. He needed a different kind of current. A glowing sign caught his eye. A 24-hour copy and shipping center. The windows were bright. The clerk inside visible, bored and scrolling on a phone. An idea, desperate and thin, began to form. He watched for 10 minutes. No customers entered or left. He patted the pocket of the stolen sweatshirt. He had a single, crumpled dollar bill and a few coins he'd found in a fountain. Not enough for postage, but maybe enough for something else. He entered, the bell jingling. The clerk, a young man with tired eyes, glanced up. "We close in 20. Alonzo approached the counter, keeping his head down. "I need to use a computer for 10 minutes. The clerk shrugged. $5. "I have $1. Alonzo placed the damp bill on the counter. "And I need an envelope." The clerk looked at him, at his dirty clothes, his bare feet in ruined socks. Something in Alonzo's face, a stark and ancient seriousness, made him pause. He sighed. "Fine, 1 envelope. Computer's in the back. 10 minutes. Don't download anything weird." Alonzo took the offered envelope and went to the solitary computer station. His fingers, clumsy with cold, found the keyboard. He opened a web browser and went to the public website for the Metro City Herald. He found the Submit a Tip page. It was a black hole, he knew. Tips went to an inbox, maybe to an overworked intern. But it was a current, a digital river. He typed with frantic focus. He gave the evidence code from the archive. He described the vial, its contents, its chain of custody from Varelli's nail to the Federal Archive. He named Derek Hayes, not as a victim, but as the source of the sample. He did not give his own name. He titled the message for the city desk. "The Varelli murder. The proof is real." He attached a scanned image of the folded note from the briefcase, using the machine's scanner. The clerk was watching the clock, tapping his foot. Alonzo finished, hit send, and cleared the browser history. He took the plain envelope. He had no stamp, no address. He wrote 3 words on the front in block letters to the grand jury. He slipped the evidence vial inside, sealed it, and held it in his hand. It was no longer safe on his body. He had to trust the river again. He left the copy center, nodding a silent thanks to the clerk. He walked 2 blocks to the Central Post Office, a grand old building with a wall of brass PO boxes and a slot for after-hours mail. A federal building. Cameras watched from every angle. It was the last place Derek's people would expect him to go. A place of law, of record. He stood before the outgoing mail slot, the envelope in his hand. Once he dropped it in, it was gone. It would enter the system, be sorted, and sit in a holding bin until morning. It was a fragile hope, but it was a system, and systems were harder to kill than people. He let the envelope go. It vanished with a soft whisper. He turned and saw the gray car idling across the street. They had found him. The current had been too slow. He felt a strange peace. The evidence was in the machine. He had done what Varelli had asked. He had borne witness. The car door opened. A man got out. It wasn't one of Derek's enforcers. It was an older man in a rumpled coat, his face lined and grave. He held up a badge, silver, in the streetlight. Federal dot. Alonzo, the man called, his voice not unkind. It's over. We have Delaney. We have the archive clerk. We intercepted the email. We know. Yes. Alonzo stood still, the night air cold on his face. He said nothing. The envelope in the mail slot, the man continued, walking slowly toward him. That was smart, but it's over now. You can stop running. Alonzo looked past him, at the dark flow of the river at the end of the street. It was still there, patient, indifferent. It had carried him, and it had carried his secret. He had been erased, and in that erasure, he had written the one thing that could not be smoothed away. He met the federal man's eyes. It's just starting, Alonzo said. And for the first time since the warehouse, he wasn't afraid. Story 3. The key was in the corner of the hotel room, under the edge of the worn jute welcome mat, a small, flat rectangle of brushed steel catching a sliver of the dying Gulf light. It was a USB drive, not the cheap plastic kind, but something heavier, government issue, the sort with a tiny serial number etched along one seam. Joe Harper saw it because he was on his hands and knees, searching for his daughter's lost barrette, a pink plastic butterfly that had vanished into the shag carpet. His fingers, still calloused from years of handling classified hardware, brushed against the cold metal. He froze. The air in the room, thick with the scent of salt and sunscreen and the distant promise of rain, seemed to solidify around him. He did not pick it up immediately. He stayed there, on his knees, listening. The shower ran in the bathroom, a steady white noise behind which Alina was washing away the beach. From the adjoining room came the tinny laughter of a cartoon. His children, safe. He looked at the drive. It was clean, no dust, which meant it had not been there long. It had been placed, or dropped, with intention. The mat was slightly askew. One corner flipped up as if by a hurried foot. He thought of the maid, a tired woman with kind eyes, who had come and gone hours ago. He thought of the lock, a standard electronic keycard, laughably easy to bypass for anyone with even moderate skill. His old life, the one of windowless rooms and humming servers, reached out and tapped him on the shoulder with his cold, metallic finger. When he finally took it, the weight was familiar, a grave little secret in his palm. He did not mention it to Alina. He waited until she slept, her breath a soft, even rhythm in the dark, before he plugged it into his laptop. Using a sandboxed, air-gapped virtual machine he still maintained out of habit, a ghost limb of his former profession. The contents were not encrypted. That was the first surprise. The second was what they contained, not intelligence dossiers or financial ledgers, but architectural schematics, security timetables, delivery schedules, and a single stark photograph of a man smiling at a charity gala. The man was Senator Richard Thorne. The building was the Miami-Dade County Convention Center, where Thorne was scheduled to give a keynote address on domestic security in 72 hours. Layered within the files were procurement orders for specific quantities of ammonium nitrate fertilizer, diesel fuel, and shrapnel-grade ball bearings. The math was simple, horrifying, and elegant. It was a bill of materials for a vehicle-borne improvised explosive device. The target was not just the senator. It was the idea of safety itself. Joe sat in the dark, the blue glow of the screen etching lines into his face. He was no longer an analyst for the National Security Agency. He was a husband, a father, on a vacation paid for with his modest severance and Alina's architect's salary or the ocean outside was a black void. He could delete the files, toss the drive into the surf, and go back to building sandcastles. But the analyst in him, the part that had spent a decade connecting digital dots into patterns of impending chaos, saw the pattern here too. He had found this. It had found him. There was no walking away. He called the number he still knew by heart, a secure line to a desk at Fort Meade. He spoke in the calm, precise jargon of his past life, providing file paths, checksums, threat assessments. The voice on the other end, a man named Vickers, who had been his supervisor, listened in silence. "You're sure, Harper?" Vickers finally asked, the question hanging in the encrypted void between them. "It's not some disgruntled contractor's idea of a joke. The sourcing on the ball bearings is specific to a surplus yard outside Jacksonville," Joe said, his voice flat. "The delivery schedule for the convention center's catering propane has been altered in the file. They're going to use a propane truck as the primary charge. It's not a joke. It's a blueprint. It's a blueprint." There was a long pause. "Stay where you are. We're sending a team. And Joe, you just painted a target on your back. They'll know it was compromised. They'll trace it to the point of discovery, to you." The line went dead. Joe unplugged the drive. He walked to the balcony, the warm, humid air wrapping around him like a damp sheet. The beach was empty, the waves a pale, repeating lace in the moonlight. He thought of the key under the mat. An oversight, a forgotten detail. Or was it? The lack of encryption nagged at him. It was like leaving a loaded gun on a park bench. Only someone who wanted it to be found would do that. The takedown was swift, silent, and happened 300 miles away in a warehouse district in Tampa. The news the next morning spoke of a major terrorism plot foiled, numerous arrests, heroes in the intelligence community working tirelessly. There was no mention of a USB drive or a former analyst on vacation. Joe watched the report on the hotel TV, a bland anchor speaking over footage of police tape and perp walks. Alina squeezed his hand. "You did a good thing," she whispered. He nodded, but the cold knot in his stomach remained. The men on the screen, their faces covered by jackets, moved with a sullen resignation. They did not look like masterminds. They looked like foot soldiers. The first sign was the rental car. They returned from a dolphin-watching trip to find the driver's side window perfectly intact, but the interior light on. A small professional hole was drilled in the door panel near the locking mechanism. Nothing was taken. Not the sunglasses in the console, not the spare cash in the glove box. Only the vehicle identification number had been photographed, the plastic cover left neatly on the floor mat. The second sign was a man in a pale blue polo shirt, too crisp for the humidity, reading a newspaper in the hotel lobby for 3 hours straight. He never turned a page. Joe felt the old circuitry in his mind reactivate, a dormant system booting up under stress. He began to see the hotel not as a resort, but as a terrain. Exits, sightlines, choke points. He noted the staff who avoided eye contact, the housekeeping cart that was always outside their door but never seemed to move. The vacation was over. The war had come to him. His family became a constellation of vulnerabilities he had to navigate. His son, Liam, wanted to swim in the pool alone. His daughter, Chloe, begged for ice cream from the stand on the boardwalk. Alina, sensing the shift in him, the distant look in his eyes, asked quiet questions over dinner. "Is it them? Are they here?" He could not lie to her. "I don't know. Maybe. We have to be careful." The words tasted like ash. He had brought this to them. The line between domestic security and his own covert war had not just thinned, it had vaporized. The man in the polo shirt made his move 2 days later, as Joe was carrying towels back from the pool. He fell into step beside him, his voice a low, pleasant murmur. "Mr. Harper, a word." He flashed a credential holder too quickly to read. "We're with a security detail. We need to debrief you on the Tampa matter. For your family's safety." No. The grammar was off. "We're with a security detail. Not we are the security detail." Joe kept walking, his heart a hammer against his ribs. "Call Vickers. Set it up through channels. Channels are slow, Mr. Harper. The threat is immediate. We have a car." Joe saw it then, idling at the curb. A black sedan with tinted windows. The rear door was already open. He stopped, dropped the towels on the lounger. He looked at the man. Really looked. The polo shirt was expensive, but the shoes were cheap, rubber-soled, practical for running. The man's eyes were the color of flint, and they held no bureaucratic patience, only a focused hunger. "Get my wife," Joe said, turning back toward the hotel. "Just you, sir. For now." Joe ran not toward the hotel, but across the pool deck, weaving through tables, shoving past a waiter. A shout erupted behind him. He didn't look back. He took the stairs to the beach 3 at a time, his sandals slapping against the concrete, then hit the sand, running parallel to the water where the footing was firm. He heard another set of footsteps, heavier, gaining. He cut up a service ramp, through a hedge, and into the parking garage. He used the pillars for cover, his breath ragged. He found a service stairwell, took it to the street level, and emerged 2 blocks away, in the bustling, sweaty chaos of a tourist strip. He leaned against a souvenir stand, pretending to examine a seashell necklace, his eyes scanning the crowd. He saw no blue polo. The black sedan was nowhere. He made his way back to the hotel by a circuitous route, entering through the kitchen delivery bay, his mind working coldly. They had tried a snatch. Clean, quiet, in broad daylight. They were not afraid. They were confident, and they knew his face. That night he gathered his family. "We're leaving, now." He told them a version of the truth, a sanitized one. Alina's face went pale but set with a fierce determination. She packed in 5 minutes flat. They left everything else, the half-used sunscreen, the novels, the bright, garish souvenirs, behind. They were in their car, heading north on I-95, before the moon had fully risen. The safe house was a beige townhouse in a quiet suburb of Arlington, Virginia. It smelled of stale air and industrial cleaner. Vickers met them there, a man who had grown grayer and more wearied since Joe had last seen him. "The group you disrupted," Vickers said, accepting a mug of bad coffee. "They were a cell, but not the brain. The brain is a man we've been tracking for years. He goes by many names. We call him Daniel. He's a ghost. Former academic, idealist turned nihilist. He doesn't want a caliphate. He wants..." "Why me?" Joe asked, watching his children through the kitchen doorway, sitting too quietly on a strange couch. "Because you were the random variable," Vickers said. "You were the proof of his theory. A civilian, a forgotten cog, still capable of derailing a meticulously planned operation. You represent the unpredictable human element. He can't tolerate that. He needs to demonstrate that even luck can be eliminated, that chaos can be managed. By removing you, he restores the purity of his worldview." Days bled into weeks. The townhouse became their world. Joe taught Liam chess on a board with 3 missing pieces. Alina worked remotely, her architectural designs glowing on a laptop in the sparse living room, a stark contrast to their grim reality. Chloe developed a habit of staring out the front window, watching the same squirrel forage in the same patch of grass every day. The sound of a car door slamming would make them all freeze. The smell of takeout food became the smell of confinement. Joe's skills, once used to hunt shadows in the digital ether, turned inward, toward the protection of this tiny, fragile kingdom. He wired the doors and windows with cheap motion sensors from an electronics store. He created escape routes, rally points. He slept in 2-hour shifts. The pressure was a constant, silent hum, like the fluorescence in the kitchen. Then the message came, not through channels, but through the world. A photograph, leaked to a fringe news site known for conspiracy theories. It showed Joe, Alina, Liam, and Chloe, taken from a telephoto lens, walking into the townhouse. The headline read, "False flag hero in hiding." The article speculated wildly, But the damage was done. Their location was burned. Panic was a luxury they could not afford. Vickers arrived within the hour, his face grim. "We have to move you. It's compromised." "Where?" Alina asked, her voice steady, but her knuckles white where she gripped the back of a chair. "Somewhere off the books. A cabin, up in the Shenandoah. Isolated." As they packed their meager belongings again, Joe found the pink butterfly beret, the one he had been looking for in the hotel room a lifetime ago. It had been in Chloe's backpack all along. He held the cheap plastic, its wings slightly bent, and felt a surge of unbearable tenderness mixed with a corrosive fear. He had failed to find it then. What else was he failing to see now? The cabin was a dark wooden hulk at the end of a gravel road that dissolved into mountain forest. It was perpetually damp, the air rich with the smell of pine decay and cold stone. The silence was absolute, broken only by the wind in the high branches and the occasional crack of a settling timber. It felt less like a refuge and more like a trap waiting to be sprung. Here, time lost its shape. Joe's vigilance became a form of madness. He patrolled the tree line until his feet were numb. He listened to the scanner he'd brought, catching only the lonely chatter of truckers and the occasional burst of police code. He waited for the attack he knew must come. Daniel would not be stopped by distance or isolation. The man was an idea, and ideas are wind-borne. The attack, when it came, was not with guns or fire, but with silence. One morning, the satellite phone Vickers had provided was dead. Not out of battery, but utterly inert, as if its very circuitry had been erased. The landline, a dusty rotary phone on the wall, emitted only a hollow, empty hiss. The power remained on, a cruel joke, illuminating their isolation. They were cut off. The first move in the endgame. Joe knew the next move would be physical. He sent his family to the root cellar, a dank, earth-walled space hidden under a trapdoor in the kitchen floor. "Do not come out," he told Alina, their faces close in the gloom. "No matter what you hear." Her eyes held his, and in them he saw not fear, but a furious love. She kissed him, hard, a seal and a promise. He took up a position at the front window, a hunting rifle from the cabin's rack lying across his knees. He watched the tree line. The day bled away, the light turning thick and syrupy, then deepening into the violet of dusk. Shadows pooled and stretched. He saw nothing, heard nothing. The tension was a wire drawn taut through his nerves. Then, a single sound, not from outside, but from within the cabin, a soft, metallic snick from the direction of the old cast-iron wood stove. He turned, the rifle coming up. The stove's door was ajar. He was certain he had closed it. He moved toward it, his steps silent on the rough floorboards. He knelt, peered inside. Among the cold ashes lay another USB drive, identical to the first. His blood turned to ice. They were already inside. They had been inside. The forgotten detail was not the first drive. It was this one. A taunt. A signature. He heard the creak of the trapdoor behind him. He whirled, but it was too late. A figure stood in the kitchen doorway, backlit by the failing light from the living room window. He was not a brute. He was slender, dressed in dark, functional clothing, his face calm and intelligent. Daniel. He held a pistol, not aimed, but loose at his side. "Hello, Joe," he said. His voice was soft, educated, almost gentle. "I've been wanting to meet the man who sees the patterns. Where's my family?" Joe's voice was a rasp. "Safe. For now. They are not the point. You are the point." Daniel took a step into the room, his eyes scanning the space with a curious detachment. "You see, you confirmed my life's work. The system is a series of predictable algorithms. Human behavior, institutional response, even luck. all reducible to data. But you were a beautiful anomaly. A retired functionary on his knees, finding a needle in a universe of hay. It was poetic. I had to know if it was replicable. If the anomaly... It was a test, Joe whispered, the horror dawning. The first drive. You wanted to see if I'd find it, if I'd act. Of course. And you performed perfectly. You led me here, to this quiet place. You followed every protocol, every predictable step of the hunted, even your little defenses. Daniel nodded toward the motion sensors by the door. Charming, but ultimately just more data. Joe's grip tightened on the rifle. I'll kill you. Perhaps, Daniel conceded as if discussing the weather. But then what? My associates have their orders. This is not about my survival. It's about the demonstration, the elimination of the random. When you are gone, the equation balances. The pattern is restored. From the root cellar, Joe heard a sound, a muffled thump, then a child's whimper, quickly stifled. Daniel's eyes flicked toward the sound, a faint smile touching his lips. The vulnerable variables, the ones that introduce the most chaos. Whoa. Something in Joe broke then, not into panic, but into a cold, crystalline clarity. Daniel saw people as variables, as data points. He had forgotten the one thing data could never quantify, the sheer, irrational force of a man with nothing left to lose. Joe did not raise the rifle. He dropped it. The clatter on the floorboards was loud in the silent room. He spread his hands, empty. You win, he said, his voice hollow. The anomaly is eliminated. Take me. Let them go. That's the logical conclusion, isn't it? Clean the dataset. Daniel studied him, the pistol rising slightly. He was calculating, weighing the proposition. The idea of a clean, logical resolution was clearly appealing. He gave a slow, almost imperceptible nod. Walked to the door. Slowly. Joe took a step, then another, his mind screaming. He was level with the wood stove. As he passed it, he let his foot hook on the rag rug. He stumbled, not toward Daniel, but toward the kitchen table, his hand slapping down on its surface for balance. His fingers closed around the one object he had placed there earlier that day, when the dread had first settled in his bones. The heavy, old-fashioned rotary phone. In one fluid motion, born of a desperate, non-algorithmic rage, he spun and arrowed it. Not at Daniel, but at the large living room window. The glass exploded outward in a spectacular cascade of shards, the noise unimaginably loud in the mountain silence. Daniel flinched, his head turning instinctively toward the violent sound, the predictable response to a sudden sensory assault. It was a half-second, all. Less. Joe was already moving. He crossed the space between them not as a man, but as a projectile. He hit Daniel low and hard, driving him back into the hallway wall. The pistol discharged, a deafening roar in the confined space, the bullet burying itself in a ceiling beam. They grappled, a brutal, silent dance of desperation versus cold precision. Joe was stronger, fueled by a primal terror. He drove a knee into Daniel's gut, wrenched the pistol free, and sent it skittering across the floor. He pinned Daniel, his hands around his throat, pressing his head against the rough wall. Daniel's flint-colored eyes were wide now, not with fear, but with a kind of stunned, academic surprise. The data had not predicted this. The pattern, Joe hissed, his face inches from Daniel's, is that a father will tear the world apart with his bare hands. He heard the trapdoor slam open behind him. He heard Alina's gasp. He did not look. He held Daniel there, watching the understanding dawn in those clever eyes. The understanding that some equations have solutions beyond 0 or 1, solutions written in blood and sinew. Then, from outside, through the shattered window, came the sound. not of approaching cars or sirens, but a single, sharp, high whistle, like a signal, a bird call, out of place in the deep twilight. Joe's head turned just for an instant. Daniel seized it. With a frantic, twisting motion, he broke Joe's grip and shoved him back. He did not go for the lost gun. He turned and ran, not out the front door, but down the dark hallway toward the back of the cabin. Joe scrambled after him, but by the time he reached the small back porch, there was nothing. Only the deep, consuming dark of the forest and the fading echo of footsteps on the damp earth. Daniel was gone, swallowed by the trees, by the pattern he believed he controlled. Joe stood there, his chest heaving, the cold mountain air pouring through his clothes. The fight was over, but nothing was finished. He walked back inside, past Alina, who was clutching their children, her face a mask of shock and relief. He went to the wood stove, reached into the cold ashes, and took out the second USB drive. He did not plug it in. He didn't need to. He knew it was either empty or contained another set of coordinates, another layer of the maze. It was no longer a clue. It was a symbol, a tiny cold piece of metal that proved the war was not against a man, but against a ghost in the machine. A ghost that knew his name, that knew the weight of a pink plastic barrette, that knew the sound of a child's whimper in the dark. Weeks later, in another safe house, in another anonymous suburb, Joe stands at a different window. The official story is that the threat has been neutralized. Daniel's network is in disarray. Joe and his family are to be given new identities, a fresh start in a quiet corner of the country. Vickers has promised. The paperwork is being processed. On the desk behind him lies the single item he insisted on keeping. Not a weapon, not a document. The first USB drive, the one from under the hotel mat. He has never examined it again. It sits there, a dull steel rectangle catching the flat light of a cloudy afternoon. It gathers no dust in the climate-controlled air, but it feels ancient, a relic from a civilization that drowned in its own secrets. Outside, a mail truck slows in front of a neighbor's house, then moves on. A dog barks, a lonely sound. The world continues, oblivious. Joe watches the empty street. He thinks not of Daniel or of conspiracies or of the great grinding gears of international politics. He thinks of the second drive still out there somewhere, in the ashes of a cabin or in the pocket of a ghost. He thinks of the whistle in the dark, a signal to retreat or a signal to begin again. He knows, with a certainty that settles in his bones like frost, that it is not over, that it will never be over. The line has not just been crossed, it has been erased. He is no longer a former analyst, or a husband, or a father on vacation. He is a permanent anomaly in a world desperate for order. He is the forgotten detail that remembers. And in a quiet study somewhere, or in a rented room overlooking another anonymous city, a man with flint-colored eyes is looking at a photograph on a screen. It is a picture taken from very far away of a house on a quiet street. A man is visible at a window, a silhouette against the light. The man with the flint-colored eyes zooms in, not on the face, but on the corner of the desk inside the room, on a small forgotten detail catching the light. He smiles, a thin, academic curve of the lips. The pattern, after all, is so very beautiful when it repeats. He reaches for a blank, brushed steel rectangle, identical to the others, and begins to type. The new identities arrived in a plain manila envelope. Passports, social security cards, driver's licenses. They were to become the Millers. Joe studied the face of David Miller, a man with his own features softened by a different haircut and the absence of the worry line between his brows. Alina was Claire. The children had new names, new birthdays. A history was fabricated for them, relocating from Oregon for a job in educational software. The story was tight, backed by layers of digital chaff. They were given a house in a small, tree-lined town in the Pacific Northwest. It had a porch swing in a fenced yard. The neighbors brought over banana bread. Liam started at a new school and made a friend who was obsessed with rockets. Chloe, after a month of silence, began to sing to herself while coloring at the kitchen table. Alina took up gardening, her hands digging into the cool, dark earth, as if planting a future she desperately wanted to believe in. Joe tried to plant himself there too. He set up a tool bench in the garage. He fixed a leaky faucet. He attended a barbecue with the neighbors and talked about the fictional software market. He played the part of David Miller, a man whose greatest concern was the rising cost of lumber. But David Miller slept in 2-hour shifts. David Miller noted the make and model of every car that drove down their cul-de-sac after 10 p.m. David Miller had buried a go-bag in a sealed PVC pipe under the rose bushes Alina had planted. Joe lived inside David like a guard in an empty fortress, watching the horizon. He called Vickers once a week from a burner phone, using a protocol of coded phrases. The reports were always the same. No sign. Network dormant. You are clean. Live your life. Joe would hang up and watch a squirrel traverse the power line, wondering if its path was being monitored. The USB drive remained on his desk in the home office, a paperweight holding down a stack of innocuous bills. He would look at it and feel the cold of the cabin floorboards, see the calm in Daniel's eyes. The ghost was not in the machine. The ghost was the machine, a system of thought that could not tolerate a loose thread. Joe was that thread, pulled but not snapped. One Tuesday, while Alina was at the grocery store and the kids were at school, the doorbell rang. Joe looked through the peephole. A deliveryman stood there, holding a flat cardboard package. He was young, wearing a standard uniform. Nothing about him triggered Joe's alarms, which was precisely what triggered them. He opened the door, keeping the chain engaged. "Package for David Miller," the young man said, his voice cheerful. "I didn't order anything. Gift, maybe?" The deliveryman shrugged, offering the electronic pad. "Just need a signature." Joe's eyes scanned the package. No return address. The shipping label was computer printed. He took the stylus and signed a messy, unreadable scrawl. He accepted the box and closed the door, his heart a slow, heavy drum. He carried it to the garage, placed it on the concrete floor, and retrieved a utility knife. He slit the tape carefully, expecting anything. A threat, a device, a taunt. Inside, nestled in bubble wrap, was a framed photograph. He lifted it out. It was a picture of the townhouse in Arlington, the one they had fled. The image was taken from the same angle as the one leaked to the conspiracy site. But this was different. In this photo, Joe was caught in the act of looking directly at the hidden camera, his expression one of dawning comprehension. The timestamp in the corner was from the day before the leak. They had been watching long before they showed their hand. Taped to the back of the frame was a small, familiar object, the pink butterfly beret, the one he had found in Chloe's backpack at the cabin, the one he had kept in his own pocket for days afterward as a talisman, only to discover it missing a week into their new life. He had assumed it had fallen out in the car. He stood in the cool, oil-scented dimness of the garage, holding the beret. It was not a threat of violence. It was a statement of profound, intimate knowledge. It said, "We have been inside your walls. We have been in your pockets. Your new names are just costumes for our play." He heard Alina's car pull into the driveway. The engine cut off. The door opened and closed. He had seconds. With a calm that felt like someone else, he rewrapped the photograph in the bubble wrap, placed it back in the box, and sealed it with fresh tape. He hid the box on a high shelf behind paint cans. The beret he slipped into his jeans pocket. As Alina came through the side door, arms laden with grocery bags, he was at his workbench, sanding a smooth edge onto a block of pine. "Anything interesting happen?" she asked, her voice light. The voice of Claire Miller. "Quiet," Joe said, the word tasting of ash. "Just another quiet day." He smiled at his wife, and the smile was the most difficult operation he had ever conducted. For in that moment, he understood the true nature of the game. Daniel was not coming to kill him. Daniel was coming to prove to him that the new life, the safety, the future, was the real illusion. The attack would not be on their bodies, but on their sanity, on the fragile peace they had built. It would be a slow, meticulous unraveling. That night, after the house was still, Joe did not check the doors or review the motion sensor logs. He went to his desk, opened the drawer, and took out the first USB drive. He inserted it into a cheap, isolated laptop he kept for this purpose only. The contents, which he had not viewed since that first terrible day on the hotel balcony, appeared on the screen. The files, the coordinates, the schematics. He began to work. Not as David Miller, not even as Joe the retired analyst, but as the anomaly. He began to trace the ghost. He would use the pattern Daniel loved so much against him. He would become a hunter of order, a seeker of predictable systems. He would find the source of the photograph, the path of the barrette. He would find the quiet study, the rented room. He had tried to hide, to become a zero in the equation. But some numbers cannot be erased. They can only be calculated. As the first line of code scrolled up the screen, reflected in his weary eyes, he felt it again. Not fear, but that cold, crystalline clarity. The game was not over. It had simply entered a new phase. And for the first time, he was not a piece on the board. He was a player, and he knew something the other player, for all his data, did not. A father protecting his hive has a patience deeper than any ocean, and a rage hotter than any sun. The ghost was about to learn what happens when the data point starts hunting back. The work was slow, meticulous, and entirely mental for the first 2 weeks. He did not make a single external query. He simply studied the data on the first drive with new eyes, looking not for a conspiracy, but for a signature. Every system, no matter how clever, bears the imprint of its creator. A preference for certain encryption protocols, a habitual way of nesting files, a rhythm in the metadata talk. Daniel believed in cold logic, but logic is a language, and everyone speaks it with an accent. Joe found it in the timestamps. Not their values, but their formatting. A consistent use of a 6-digit date code, YMDD, followed by a 24-hour time to the millisecond, but with the milliseconds always ending in either 0, 25, 50, or 75. An artificial rounding, a tick, a need for order so profound it even regimented the infinitely divisible second. It was a whisper in the noise. Using this, he began to construct a profile, not of a person, but of a process. Daniel would have backup protocols, dead drops, communication channels. They would be elegant, efficient, and likely rooted in plain sight. Joe thought of the photograph delivery. The uniform was real. The company was legitimate. The insertion had been flawless. That meant resources, but also a reliance on existing systems. Daniel didn't build new roads. He simply knew how to navigate the existing map better than the cartographers. Joe started a new file on the laptop, encrypted with the algorithm he had once helped design, and then bury. He titled it Greywater. He began listing every piece of the puzzle. The hotel, the cabin, the barrette, the photograph. He connected them not by event, but by method. How did the barrette get from Chloe's hair to his pocket, to Daniel's possession, and back to him? The answer was not a spy, but a seam. A vulnerability in the protective envelope Vickers had placed around them. It had to be someone with access, but not suspicion. A cleaner, a driver, a doctor who did their mandatory checkup. He narrowed it to a 5-day window after their arrival at the first safe house. There had been a plumbing issue. A local contractor had been vetted and allowed in to fix a leak under the kitchen sink. Joe remembered the man. Older, grizzled, talking incessantly about fishing. He had been alone in the kitchen for 20 minutes. Plenty of time to lift a small, forgotten barrette from a windowsill where Joe had placed it. It was a hypothesis. A thread. He pulled it. He used a different burner phone, bought with cash from a store 40 miles away, to call Vickers. He used the emergency phrase. The porch light is flickering. 2 hours later, Vickers called back on a secure line. Well, it's broken. The plumber, from the Lakeville safe house. I need everything you have on him. Not the vetting file, the deep background. Before he was vetted. Joe. David. That's not the deal. You're safe. Don't start digging. The ground is already dug, Joe said, his voice flat. I'm just looking at the hole. Get me the file, or I'll find it myself. And you know I can. There was a long silence. It'll take a day. The file arrived, via courier Joe never saw, left in the agreed-upon spot, a specific locker at the bus station. The plumber, Frank Kelso, was exactly what he appeared to be, a retired union man with a clean record. But his brother, deceased 5 years, had worked 30 years for a defense subcontractor that handled secure facility maintenance. The brother had no children. His estate, including a modest house, had gone to Frank. Joe looked at the address of the brother's house. It was a 30-minute drive from the town where Joe had first found the USB drive under his hotel mat. Not a coincidence. A connection. A node. Daniel didn't recruit assets. He cultivated them. He found people with a quiet need, money, a sense of purpose, a debt, and he offered a simple, deniable service. Frank Kelso probably believed he was doing a favor for a friend of his late brother, maybe helping with some vague government-adjacent work. He'd been given a simple task during a job, retrieve a small hair accessory. No threat, no espionage, just a retrieval. The kind of thing that lets a man sleep at night. Frank Kelso was a tool, already used, and likely discarded. But tools leave marks. Joe now had a location, a person, and a method. It was a start. It was a crack in the wall. He began to plan a trip. Not as Joe, and not as David Miller. As a ghost himself. He would need to disappear from his new life for 48 hours. He told Alina he was going on a fishing trip with a guy from work. The lie tasted bitter, but the worry in her eyes was a price he had to pay. He saw her force herself to believe it, to embrace the normalcy of a husband going fishing. It was the cruelest part. He drove east, through the mountains, using back roads and paying for everything with the cash he'd been slowly accumulating from grocery store cashback requests. He slept for 3 hours in his car at a rest stop. By dawn, he was in the sleepy town where Frank Kelso's brother's house stood. He didn't approach the house. He watched it from a distance for a day, using binoculars from a rented room in a motel that took cash. The house looked empty, maintained but lifeless. No car in the drive. No lights at night. On the second evening, under cover of darkness, he approached. He didn't break in. He walked the perimeter, looking for what Daniel might have left behind. Not for Joe, but for the next tool, or for his own records. He found it in the backyard, a bird feeder. It was a simple, rustic thing, but it was clean, too clean for a house no one lived in. He examined it. The base unscrewed. Inside, dry and safe, was a waterproof match case. Empty. But the presence of the dead drop was everything. It confirmed the method. It confirmed the location as a node. Joe left it undisturbed. He had what he needed. He now understood a piece of the apparatus. It was small, local, and human. It was the opposite of a vast digital conspiracy. It was a network of whispers. As he drove back through the night, the weight of the barrette in his pocket felt different. It was no longer just a symbol of violation. It was a key. Daniel had shown him a magician's trick. The vanished object miraculously returned. But Joe had just peeked behind the curtain and seen the simple, mundane mechanism. The mystery was losing its power. He arrived home as the sun was rising. He was exhausted, his body aching, but his mind was terrifyingly clear. He let himself into the quiet house, showered, and then went to his desk. He opened the Greywater file and added his new findings. The location, the dead drop, the profile of a cultivated asset. He then created a new subdirectory. He labeled it Protocol, Mirror. He began to type, outlining not a defensive plan, but an offensive one. A way to turn Daniel's own methods against him, to send a signal back down the same channels, to become not just a hunter, but a pattern within the pattern. A reflection that would eventually lead back to the source. He saved the file and closed the laptop. He looked out the window. The mail truck was making its rounds. The dog was barking. The world continued, oblivious. But Joe was no longer just watching it. He was beginning to understand its wiring. The ghost in the machine had made a mistake. It had taught the anomaly how to haunt. And the lesson was just beginning. Story 4. The wind came down from the pine barrens first, a long, low sigh that bent the tops of the loblolly pines and carried the scent of damp earth and distant rain. It slipped through the streets of Mercy, Alabama, like a rumor, rustling the pages of a discarded newspaper caught in the chain-link fence of the vacant lot. The paper, yesterday's edition, flapped against the metal with a tired, insistent rhythm, a sound like someone trying weakly to get in. The headline, partially torn, spoke of a missing girl. The wind worried at the edges of the photograph. A smiling teenager with braces, until it finally tore the page free and sent it tumbling end over end down the asphalt to wrap itself around the boot of a man standing very still in the twilight. His name was Juan, though no one in Mercy would ask for it. He watched the paper cling to his worn leather boot, then bent, his movement economical. A habit from a life where unnecessary motion could draw fire. He peeled the newsprint away, the ink smudging his thumb. The girl's smile was already blurring. He let the wind take it again, and it skittered into the gloom of an alley between the shuttered hardware store and a bar called The Last Call. The wind, now inside the town, seemed to change. It was no longer a clean wilderness breath. It carried the smell of stale beer from the alley, of hot grease from the diner down the block, and underneath it all, a faint, coppery tang that made the hairs on his forearms prickle. It was the smell of a town holding its breath. He had arrived on foot, his duffel a lean weight on his shoulder, his eyes the color of old flint. He sought nothing but a bed, a meal, a few days of quiet where the geography was unfamiliar, and the past couldn't map the terrain. Mercy offered its silence. The few people on the street, an old man rocking on a porch, 2 women leaving the Dollar General, averted their eyes with a practiced swiftness that was more telling than a stare. It was the look of a community that had learned the cost of noticing. The diner was called Abe's. The coffee was bitter, the eggs pale and watery. Juan sat at the counter, his back to the wall, a position chosen without thought. The waitress, a woman with tired eyes and a name tag that read Darlene, refilled his cup without asking. Her hand trembled slightly, the coffee sloshing near the rim. "Passing through?" she asked, her voice barely above the hum of the fluorescent lights. "Aiming to," Juan said. "Smart," she murmured, and the word hung between them, heavy with unspoken advice. He paid with cash, the bills crisp from the ATM 2 counties over. The wind had died, leaving a thick, watchful quiet. He walked toward the only motel in town, the Sleepy Hollow, its neon sign buzzing. one leg of the dog dark. The alley beside it was a pit of blackness. As he passed, the wind stirred once more, funneled between the buildings, and it brought with it a sound. Not a cry, not a whimper, a wet, guttural sigh. The sound a body makes when it is no longer a body but a vessel emptying itself onto cold concrete. Juan stopped. His hand, which had been swinging loosely at his side, went still. The training was there, a cold, hard kernel in his chest. Move toward, assess, assist. But another, newer instinct, born in different alleys under foreign suns, whispered, walk away. This silence is not yours to break. He stepped into the dark. The smell hit him first, the copper tang, now overwhelming, mixed with the sour stench of voided bowels. Then his eyes adjusted. She was half-propped against a dumpster. A young woman, her floral print dress hiked up, her throat a ruin of dark, glistening red. Her eyes were open, reflecting the distant, sickly neon glow. They held no accusation, only a profound, empty surprise. Beside her outstretched hand lay a small, beaded purse, its contents spilled. A tube of lipstick, a few coins, a driver's license. Juan did not touch her. He knelt, his knees cracking in the stillness, and felt for a pulse he knew he would not find at the ruin of her neck. The skin was still warm. The blood on the concrete was viscous, not yet fully congealed. This was minutes old. The sigh he heard was perhaps her last breath leaving, escorted by the indifferent wind. He stood, wiping his hand on his jeans. He should call. He should shout. But the silence of the town pressed in, a tangible force. He turned to leave the alley, to find a phone, to become a witness, a transient footnote in a local tragedy. The red and blue lights painted the brick walls before he even reached the street. 2 cruisers, sirens off but light bars swirling, blocked the mouth of the alley. Sheriff Earl Vance stood between them, a big man gone to softness at the middle but hard at the eyes. He held a heavy maglite, its beam slicing through the gloom to pin Juan in its white-hot center. Well now, Vance said, his voice a slow, syrupy drawl that did nothing to mask the calculation beneath. What do we have here? There's a dead woman, Juan said, his own voice flat, neutral. In the alley. Is there? Vance took a step forward, his deputies fanning out behind him. The beam moved from Juan's face to his hands, to the dark smudge on his jeans, then back to his face. And you just happened upon her? I heard something. I checked. A regular Good Samaritan. Vance's smile was a thin, lipless thing. Empty your pockets. Slowly. Juan complied. Wallet, keys, a folding knife, a few bills. Vance picked up the wallet, flipped it open. Juan's military ID, his discharge papers, a ghost of a life. One, Vance read. No fixed address, a wanderer. He looked up, the beam catching the blood on the concrete behind Juan. You know, we've had some trouble here. Bad element passing through. Taking advantage. He nodded to a deputy, who moved past Juan into the alley. A moment later, the deputy's voice, tight with stage shock, called out, Sheriff, it's the Garrity girl. And there's a knife here. It was a cheap, bone-handled folding knife, not Juan's. It lay a few feet from the body, artfully placed. Juan understood the geometry of the moment with a cold, clear certainty. The wind had not brought him to a crime scene. It had delivered him to a stage, already set. That's not mine, Juan said. Course it ain't. Vance chuckled, a dry, rattling sound. Cuff him. The interrogation room was a sweatbox of pale green paint and the smell of old fear. Vance didn't bother with good cop-out. He leaned across the scarred metal table, his bulk threatening. We can do this easy. You got into a fight with the girl. Maybe she propositioned you. Maybe she laughed at you. You lost your temper. It happens. You confess you get a roof and 3 squares. You fight it. He spread his hands. This is a good town. We look after our own. A stranger with a record of violence found standing over a butchered local girl. A jury will decide before lunch. Juan said nothing. He listened to the drip of a leaky faucet, the distant slam of a cell door, the rhythm of a lie being constructed around him. He saw it not as a narrative, but as a structure. Flimsy, rushed, designed to close quickly. They needed a body and a culprit, and he was the gift the wind had delivered. They put him in a holding cell. The cot was thin, the blanket rough. He sat on the floor, back against the cold cinder block, and closed his eyes. He did not sleep. He replayed the alley, the warmth of the body, the placement of the knife, the astonishing speed of Vance's arrival. A setup implied forethought. Forethought implied the girl was chosen, not a random victim. And a sheriff willing to frame a stranger implied a power that had no fear of the light. The key turned in the lock at shift change. The deputy who let him out for processing was younger, with anxious eyes that wouldn't meet his. His name tag read, Higgins. As he fingerprinted Juan, his hands were clumsy. She was a good kid, Higgins muttered, almost to himself. Worked at the old drive-in. Had a scholarship to state college. This town, he trailed off, shaking his head. It wasn't me, Juan said, not with plea, but with simple fact. Higgins looked up, finally. He saw the calm in Juan's face, the absence of panic or guilt. He saw the old scars on the knuckles, the stillness of a man who had learned to conserve energy for the only moments that mattered. I know it wasn't, Higgins whispered, so low Juan almost didn't catch it. But knowing and proving are 2 different things in mercy. He slid a clipboard toward Juan for signing. Underneath the top form, a corner of newsprint was tucked. As Juan pretended to scan the form, he pulled the clipping free. It was another missing person notice, this one for a migrant worker from the previous summer. A name, a blurry photo, and a single handwritten note in the margin. Ask about the quarry. The night trucks. The quarry. The night trucks. Higgins took the clipboard back, his eyes darting to the door. Lawyer's been called. Public defender from Montgomery. He'll be here tomorrow. The message was clear. You have one night. The lawyer, when he arrived, was a harried man with a cheap suit and the defeated air of a man fighting a tide. He talked of plea deals, of mitigating circumstances. Juan listened, then said, I want to see the evidence locker. The girl's personal effects. The lawyer blinked. That's highly irregular. It's my right to examine the evidence against me. All of it. It took pressure. A vague threat of a federal complaint. But Vance, smirking, finally allowed it. The beaded purse was in a clear plastic bag. Juan put on gloves, his movements deliberate under the watchful eye of a deputy. He emptied it onto a table. Lipstick, coins, the license, and something else, caught in the lining. He pried it loose with a careful fingernail. It was a tiny, hardened lump of clay, reddish-brown, and pressed into it was a perfect minute impression. A logo, a stylized bird in flight, encircled by the words, Southern Sky Construction. He held it up to the light. What's this? The deputy shifted. Dirt, probably from the alley. It's clay, not local to that alley. Juan's mind was a map now, overlaying the town, the surrounding area. The quarry, where they dug clay for bricks for fill. Southern Sky, they own the quarry. The deputy's face closed. You'll have to ask the sheriff. But the sheriff was not asking. He was telling. The plea deal was the only way. The trial would be swift. The evidence, while circumstantial, was compelling for a jury that wanted closure. Juan looked at Vance's smug, certain face and saw the true architecture of his prison. It wasn't the cell. It was the conspiracy of silence, the bought and paid for machinery of justice. He decided to break the machinery. He waited for the moonless night, for the moment when the lone deputy on night duty dozed at his desk. Higgins had left a weakness in the routine, a 5-minute gap where the back cell block was unobserved. The lock was old, the mechanism simple for a man trained in less civilized forms of entry. Juan moved through the shadows of the sheriff's station like a ghost, past the filing cabinets, past Vance's office. He paused at the door. It was unlocked. Inside, he used the small penlight from his confiscated belongings. The desk was orderly, but the bottom drawer was locked. It took a minute. Inside were not official reports. There were ledgers, shipping manifests, and photographs. Girls, young men, looking dazed, frightened, posed against generic backgrounds. They were not mugshots. They were merchandise. The manifests were for Southern Sky construction, but the cargo listed was vague. Materials, equipment. The destinations were ports. Mobile, New Orleans. The dates corresponded with the missing persons, reports Higgins had subtly provided. The door creaked open. Juan snapped off the light, melting into the deeper darkness behind the door. It was Anita, Officer Anita Cruz, the only other deputy who didn't have the same dead-eyed compliance as the rest. She was in her mid-30s, with a sharp, intelligent face and a weariness that went beyond long shifts. She didn't turn on the light. She went straight to the desk, knelt, and tried the drawer. Finding it open, she swore softly. She pulled out a ledger, flipping pages with a frantic urgency. "Looking for something?" She froze, then spun, her hand going to her sidearm. Juan stepped into the sliver of light from the hallway. "Don't," he said quietly. "I'm not your problem." Her eyes widened. "You're supposed to be in a cell. The cell's part of the problem." He nodded at the ledger in her hand. "You know." She studied him, the calculation in her eyes as sharp as his own. "My cousin," she said finally, her voice tight. "Rosa. She vanished last spring. Worked at the diner. Vance said she ran off with a trucker. But she wouldn't. She was saving for nursing school." She held up the ledger. "I think her name is in here. I think they process them through the quarry, stage them as runaways or frame drifters for the ones they have to kill. Then the trucks take them to the coast." "Who's they?" "Vance. The man who owns Southern Sky, Clayton Rook. He's not just a businessman. He's the town, the bank, the utilities, the mayor. He built Mercy, and he owns everyone in it. A partnership. The sheriff provided the cover, the intimidation. Rook provided the infrastructure, the destination, and the wind carried away the cries. "You have proof?" Juan asked. "This," she said, tapping the ledger. "And a witness. Old man who works as a night watchman at the quarry. He's scared, but he's sick. He's dying. He might talk. Then we go." They moved through the sleeping town, two shadows against a deeper dark. The quarry was a gash in the earth on the town's outskirts, a vast, terraced pit of red clay and stagnant water. The night watchman's shack was a dim glow at the edge of the abyss. The old man inside, wizened and trembling, needed little persuasion. The guilt was eating him alive faster than the cancer. "They come at midnight, twice a month," he whispered, his eyes on the darkness beyond the window. "Big panel vans, no markings. They pull into the old processing shed. The ones that go quiet, they put on the vans. The ones that fight." He shook his head. "The sheriff handles those. They become the reason to clamp down, to look for outsiders, to keep folks afraid and looking the wrong way." As he spoke, headlights cut through the trees. Two vans, rolling silently down the quarry road. Juan and Anita exchanged a look. This was it. The proof, live and in motion. Anita radioed her direct superior at the state police, a captain she trusted, giving a terse, coded location. Backup was 30 minutes out. They couldn't wait. They descended into the quarry, using the terraces as cover. The processing shed was a long, low building. Through a grimy window, they saw them. A dozen people, mostly young, huddled and terrified. Vance was there, joking with two brutish men, Rook's henchmen. And there, overseeing it all like a foreman inspecting stock, was Clayton Rook. He was in his 60s, dressed in khakis and a checked shirt, his face benign, grandfatherly. He checked a clipboard, nodded to Vance. The banality of it was the most horrifying thing. "We hold until backup," Anita breathed. But then a young man broke from the group, making a desperate dash for a side door. One of the henchmen caught him, clubbed him with a pistol. The boy fell, and Rook sighed, as if inconvenienced by a spilled drink. He nodded to Vance. "Another one for the alley. Find us another ghost." Vance gestured to his men. They began dragging the unconscious boy toward a door that led to a smaller, darker room. Quan moved. It was not a decision. It was a reflex. He kicked in the side door, the report echoing like a cannon shot in the metal shed. Chaos is a strobe light of violence. Quan's world narrowed to angles of attack and vectors of threat. He disarmed the first henchman with a wrench of his wrist, used the man's body as a shield against the second. Shots rang out, wild and panicked. Anita was shouting, her service weapon aimed, but the hostages were screaming, scattering, turning the room into a chaotic maze. Vance fired, not at Juan, but at Anita. She cried out, her shoulder blooming red, her gun clattering to the concrete. Rook was already moving, slipping toward a back exit with the calm of a man whose escape routes were always pre-planned. Juan put a bullet in the leg of the henchman advancing on Anita, then went after Rook. He chased him out into the quarry, under the vast, indifferent bowl of the starry sky. Rook was surprisingly fast, scrambling up a ladder on a towering piece of excavating machinery. Juan followed. They faced each other on a metal gantry 50 feet above the dark water of the quarry pool. Rook was panting, but his eyes were cool, assessing. "You have no idea what you're interrupting," he said. "This is a system, a complex economy. You're a wrench in the gears. You'll be removed." "It's over, Rook." Rook smiled. A genuine, pitying smile. "Is it? Vance might fall, a shed might burn. But the need remains. The roots are established. The buyers are patient. I am a concept, son. You can't shoot a concept." Below, the wail of state police sirens pierced the night, lights flashing at the quarry entrance. Shouts echoed. The raid was underway. Rook looked toward the sound, then back at Juan. "They'll take me in. I'll have the best lawyers. My friends in very high places will ensure this is a misunderstanding. A rogue operation run by my late unlamented partner, Sheriff Vance." He took a step closer. "But you're a fugitive. A murderer who escaped custody. You'll be hunted. You'll die in a ditch, and the world will be exactly as it was." He was right. Juan saw the perfect, self-healing nature of the conspiracy. It was designed to shed layers, to sacrifice pawns, to protect its core. Rook, the respectable face, would survive. Juan did not hesitate. He did not shoot. He simply closed the distance in one swift stride and shoved Clayton Rook over the railing. There was no scream, just a surprised gasp, then a distant, final splash that was swallowed by the night. Juan stood on the gantry, the wind from the pine barrens cooling the sweat on his face. It was the same wind that had brought him here, that had whispered of hidden things. It carried the sirens, the shouts, the beginning of an official story that would already be twisting away from the truth. Anita survived. Her testimony, the ledger, the watchman's statement, and the hostages broke Vance's operation wide open. The sheriff, facing multiple life sentences, tried to implicate Rook. But Clayton Rook was officially a victim, a businessman kidnapped and killed by the same violent drifter who murdered the Garrity girl. A tragic end for a pillar of the community. The investigation into Southern Sky found inconclusive evidence of wrongdoing. The board appointed a new CEO. The trucks, for a time, stopped running. Juan disappeared into the wind. He was a ghost in the official record, a fugitive who vanished. Anita, her shoulder healing, received a promotion and a transfer to a major crimes unit. She never spoke of the man in the quarry, except once, in a sealed report that would be buried by bureaucracy. She wrote, he was the consequence they never calculated for. Weeks later, in a bus station in another nameless town, Juan sat on a hard plastic seat. He bought a coffee and a newspaper. The national news had no mention of Mercy, Alabama. The world had moved on. He turned to the classifieds, his eyes scanning for work. His hand went to his pocket, his fingers finding the small, hard lump of red clay he had kept. He rolled it between his thumb and forefinger, feeling the sharp edges of the impressed logo, the tiny wings of the stylized bird. He stared at it for a long time, the noise of the station fading into a distant hum. The clue was no longer a clue. It was a fossil, a tiny hardened piece of a world that pretended to be solid, but was built on a foundation of screams and silence. He had shattered a part of it, but the imprint remained, a perfect miniature record of the machine. He knew, with a cold and certain clarity, that the bird in flight on the clay was not escaping. It was circling, and somewhere, in another quiet town under a different wind, the trucks would be rolling again, on time, and in the dark. He closed his fist around the clay, its edges biting into his palm, a small, persistent pain to anchor him to the truth. Then he stood, dropped the newspaper in the trash, and walked out into the flow of people. His face a blank page once more, the tiny weight of the red clay the only compass he had left. The bus he boarded was headed west, its destination a place of wide skies and dry air, as far from the damp, pine-scented conspiracy of Mercy as he could imagine. He slept in fits, the rhythm of the wheels on asphalt, a lullaby for the restless. In his dreams he was back on the gantry, but it was not Rook he pushed. It was a faceless shape that multiplied as it fell, becoming a dozen, 100, 1,000 tumbling shadows that hit the water without a sound. He got off in a sun-bleached town in New Mexico, finding work as a day laborer on a ranch. The physical exhaustion was a clean pain, scrubbing the mind empty. He kept the clay lump in a small leather pouch around his neck, a secular relic. At night, he would take it out and place it on the windowsill of whatever rented room he was in, a dark speck against the pale adobe. It was a reminder not of what he had done, but of what was. The world was not a place of isolated horrors. It was a network, a mycelium of quiet agreements and averted eyes. Mercy was a node. There would be others. He waited for the sign. He did not know what form it would take, but he knew he would recognize it. It came 3 months later, in the form of a ranch hand's casual complaint. The man was griping about his nephew, a good kid who'd gotten a job at a new distribution center outside El Paso. Good money, but the kid had changed. Nervous, jumpy, talking about the night crew and how they weren't supposed to ask questions. "There's the trucks that come in after midnight," the hand said, spitting tobacco dust. "Don't get unloaded by the warehouse boys. Some other crew, private, sealed containers." He got curious once, poked around, foreman found out. Now the kid's scared he's gonna get fired or worse. Juan, mending a fence, kept his eyes on the barbed wire. "What's the company called?" "Something kind of pretty. Skyline, maybe?" "No. Celestial. Yeah, that's it. Celestial Logistics. Juan felt the clay lump grow heavy against his chest. A different name. A different place. A different logo, perhaps. But the pattern was a fingerprint, and he had seen it before. The night trucks. The sealed containers. The fear. That evening, he quit. He collected his pay, packed his single bag, and walked to the highway. The wind here was hot and carried the scent of dust and sage. It was a different whisper, but the language was the same. He stuck out his thumb, his face turning toward the south, toward El Paso. The pouch with the clay rested under his shirt. The bird was not circling. It was flying, and he had learned its migration route. He was no longer a ghost blown by chance. He was a hunter, and the hunt had just begun. The ride he caught was with a long-haul trucker named Dell, who talked incessantly about baseball and the declining quality of roadside pie. Juan listened, a polite smile on his face, his mind building a map of possibilities. Celestial Logistics. It would be a shell, a subsidiary, a fresh name on old paperwork. The operation would be tighter, wiser from the near collapse in Mercy. They would have better security, deeper pockets, more sophisticated ways of vetting their prey. El Paso was a sprawl of heat and light. The distribution center was on the eastern edge, a vast, windowless cube of white steel surrounded by a chain-link fence crowned with razor wire. It looked sterile, official, bland. Perfect camouflage. For 3 days, Juan watched from a distance, using the cover of a cheap motel and a rented sedan. The day shift was normal. Forklifts, uniformed workers, standard freight. But after 11, a change occurred. The regular guards left. A new, quieter team arrived, their movements sharper, more professional. And at midnight, as the ranch hand had said, the unmarked trucks began to arrive. They didn't use the main loading bays. They drove around back to a separate, shielded dock. On the 4th night, he went closer. He scaled the fence at a blind spot between security cameras, his movements slow and calculated. A shadow merging with other shadows. The smell of diesel and concrete dust filled the air. He could hear the low murmur of voices from the private dock, the hydraulic sigh of a trailer being opened. And then, a sound that froze him. A muffled cry, quickly stifled. He had what he needed. Proof of location, of pattern, but he was one man. In Mercy, he had had Anita, a rogue element inside the system. Here, he had nothing. He needed to create a lever. He remembered the ranch hand's nephew. The boy's name was Mateo. It took 2 days of discreet asking around in the local bars favored by warehouse workers to find him. Mateo was young, maybe 19, with wide, anxious eyes. He agreed to meet in a park, and he was terrified. "I shouldn't be talking to you," Mateo whispered, scanning the empty playground around them. "You already talked to your uncle," Juan said, his voice calm, low. "That means you want someone to know. You just don't know who to trust." Mateo's shoulders slumped. He nodded. "I saw one of the containers last week. The seal was broken. I saw a hand. A woman's hand just lying there. Then the foreman, Ruiz, he slammed it shut and yelled at me. He said if I valued my life and my family's life, I would forget it. He said these were government shipments, top secret, and I was compromising national security." He looked at Juan, his eyes pleading for belief. "It wasn't a government hand. It had a cheap plastic bracelet on it, the kind you get at a fair." Juan believed him. "I need you to get me something. One piece of paperwork. A shipping manifest. A bill of lading. Anything from one of those midnight trucks. Can you do that?" Mateo looked like he might be sick. "Ruiz locks everything in his office. The only time it's open is during the day shift change. For about 10 minutes, he goes for a smoke at the fence." "Tomorrow," Juan said. The next evening, as the sun bled out over the Franklin Mountains, Mateo delivered. It was a single page. A customs form for a shipment described as machine parts. The shipper was a company in Guatemala. The consignee was Celestial Logistics. And the destination port was not in the U.S. It was in Galveston, Texas. From there, the trail would go cold, onto a ship bound for who knows where. But it was a thread. Juan knew better than to go to the local authorities. Rook's words echoed. Friends in very high places. Instead, he went to the one person he had a reason to trust. He placed a call from a payphone, routing it through 2 different exchanges. He called Anita Cruz's direct line at the State Police Major Crimes Unit. Her voice was professional, guarded. Cruz, it's the consequence, he said softly. A long pause. He could hear her breath catch. Then, quieter. Are you clean? For now. I found another node. El Paso. It's bigger, smoother. I have a paper trail that starts in Guatemala and ends on a dock in Galveston. I have a witness, but he's scared and in danger. Another pause, longer this time. He could almost hear her thinking, weighing. Her own hard-won cynicism battling her core. I can't move on that alone, she said finally. It crosses state lines, international borders. It needs the feds. And the feds are a sieve. Then, we don't give it to the feds. We give it to the news. All of it. The ledger from Mercy, the quarry, the manifests, the Galveston connection. We give it to someone who can't be buried. That's a wildfire, Anita said. It'll burn everything, including you and me and that kid. It's the only thing they can't control, Juan replied. He gave her the details of a secure drop box, a location in a neutral city. Get what you have from Mercy there. I'll add what I have. Then we send it to the one reporter who broke the story on the Gulf Cartel's human pipelines last year. Martinez, at the Chronicle. She's got the guts and the protection. This is a hell of a gamble, Anita whispered. It's not a gamble, Juan said, looking out at the relentless desert night. It's the only move left on the board. He hung up. He spent the next 48 hours in a state of suspended animation, guarding Mateo from a distance, watching the distribution center, waiting for the eruption. It came not from the news, but from the ground. The trucks stopped coming. The night crew vanished. The foreman, Ruiz, didn't show up for work. The machine, sensing a breach in its perimeter, was retracting. They were cleaning house. Juan knew what that meant. He found Mateo at his apartment, told him to pack a bag, to come with him right now. The boy, seeing the absolute certainty in Juan's eyes, obeyed without question. They were in Juan's rented sedan, pulling onto the interstate, when the first black SUV with tinted windows slid into the apartment complex behind them. Juan drove not with panic, but with a cold, fluid precision, using back roads, switching directions, heading not west but north, toward the vast, empty basin of New Mexico. He needed space and time. Behind him, the first thread of the story had been pulled. Anita had come through. The package was delivered. Soon, Martinez would start asking questions that couldn't be unanswered. The wildfire would begin. But in the quiet before the storm, in the desert dark with Mateo sleeping fitfully in the passenger seat, Juan felt no triumph. He felt the weight of the clay against his chest. He had simply moved from one battlefield to another. The quarry had been a single pit. This was a network of tunnels. You could collapse one entrance, but the warren remained. He glanced at the sleeping boy, another life upended by the hidden machine. The wind outside whistled over the arroyo, a dry, ancient sound. It carried no whispers now, only a vast and echoing silence. He kept driving. The safe house was a Bureau of Land Management cabin, abandoned and dusty, set back from a dirt track in the high desert. They stayed there for 2 days, listening to a crackling radio for any news. Mateo was quiet, shell-shocked. Juan taught him how to clean the pistol he'd taken from one of Vance's men. The motion simple and ritualistic. It gave the boy something to do with his hands. On the morning of the third day, the story broke. It came in fragments through the static. A major investigative piece by Valeria Martinez, detailing a multi-state human trafficking network with ties to legitimate businesses. The words Mercy, Alabama, and Sheriff Vance were mentioned, followed by an unnamed logistics company in Texas. There was no mention of Clayton Rook's true role or of Juan. The official narrative was holding, but the foundation was cracking. The report spoke of ongoing federal investigations and promises of swift action. Juan knew what that meant. The spotlight was on. The machine would go deeper underground, but some parts would be sacrificed to the light. Careers would end. A few mid-level operators would be arrested. Celestial Logistics would be dissolved. Its assets quietly moved to another name. "Is it over?" Mateo asked, hearing the report. "For you, maybe," Juan said. "They'll be looking for scapegoats, not witnesses to the truth. You can tell your story. They'll probably listen now." "Nah. What about you?" Juan didn't answer. He was looking at the map spread on the rough wooden table. The report had mentioned Galveston. The port was the key, the point of transfer from land to sea, from national problem to international oblivion. That's where the heart would be, pumping its cargo into the holds of ships flying flags of convenience. He drove Mateo to a bus station in Albuquerque, bought him a ticket to his sister's in Denver, and pressed a roll of cash into his hand. "Tell everything to the reporters, to the feds who will eventually come. Don't stop talking." The boy nodded, his eyes older now. "Thank you," he said, though the words seemed inadequate for the debt. Juan just shook his head. Go. He watched the bus pull away, a feeling of hollow finality in his gut. He had set a fire, but he could not stay to watch it burn. His part was the dark, the unseen pressure that collapses a tunnel. The light was for others. He turned the car southeast, toward Texas, toward the Gulf. The drive was long, a descent from dry mountains into humid, flat coastal plains. The air grew thick and salty. He could feel the clay lump against his skin, a tiny, persistent heartbeat. Galveston was a different beast. It wasn't a hidden shed or a windowless warehouse. It was an open sprawl of docks, cranes, and containers stacked like giant, multicolored bricks. The scale was overwhelming. Here, the conspiracy didn't need to hide. It needed only to look normal, to be a single-line item in a mountain of paperwork. He found a room in a faded motel that smelled of mildew and old cigarettes, its windows vibrating with the distant, constant thrum of port machinery. For a week, he watched. He identified the terminals Martinez's article had hinted at. He saw the ships, their names a poetry of anonymity: Global Dawn, Silent Runner, Tranquil Seas. He noted which security companies patrolled, which fences, which customs officials moved with a familiar, unhurried gait through certain gates. The pattern was there, but it was woven into the fabric of the place, impossible to tear out with bare hands. He needed to get closer. He needed to see the handoff. Using the last of his cash, he bought used dock workers' clothes, sturdy boots, thick pants, a high-visibility vest. He shaved his head and beard. In the pre-dawn gloom of his fourth day watching, he simply walked onto the terminal grounds, blending into a stream of workers heading for the morning shift. He kept his head down, his movements purposeful, and no one stopped him. He found a perch between two stacks of containers, overlooking a secondary dock used for refrigerated freight. This, his instincts told him, was the place. The cold chain was a perfect excuse for sealed containers and private handling. He waited as the sun rose, as the port woke up around him. Just past 10, a truck arrived. It was unmarked, but he recognized the make, the same as the ones in El Paso. It backed up to a waiting ship, the Star of Oman. The container was transferred with efficient speed, but then a delay. An argument broke out between the ship's first mate and the truck's foreman. Paperwork was scrutinized, voices raised. In the confusion, the seal on the container was briefly unattended. Juan saw his chance. He slipped down from his hiding place, becoming just another worker moving through the chaos. He passed close by the container. With a small, sharp tool from his pocket, he scored a deep, jagged mark into its side, near the latch. A distinctive gouge in the shape of a lightning bolt. It was a beacon, a way to track it in the vastness of the sea. As he melted back into the maze of steel, he heard the foreman shout, "It's fine! It's cleared! Load it!" The crane whirred. The container lifted and was swallowed by the ship's hold. The Star of Oman would sail with the evening tide. Juan returned to his motel room. He had one last call to make. He used a new, disposable phone. Anita answered on the first ring. "It's done," he said without greeting. "Container is on the Star of Oman, out of Galveston tonight. I marked it. Port side near the door, a lightning bolt." "I'll get it to Martinez," she said, her voice tight with tension. "Coast Guard will intercept it in international waters. It'll be a spectacle. This one they can't explain away." Good. A long silence stretched between them, filled with the hum of the cheap connection and everything unsaid. Finally, Anita spoke, her voice softer. "What will you do?" Juan looked out the motel window at the flat, gray expanse of the Gulf. The horizon was a seamless line between water and sky. "The ship will be stopped," he said. "The story will be huge. It might even break the back of this particular network, for a while. But the need remains. The routes are established. The buyers are patient." He was echoing Rook's words, but they were no longer a threat, just a fact. "I found the port. I've seen the system. It's a hydra. You cut off one head and two more grow in a different city, a different country. So you keep hunting," she said, not a question. He touched the pouch at his neck. The red clay was warm from his skin. "The bird flies. I follow the wind." He paused. "Thank you, Anita, for believing the consequence." "Don't thank me," she whispered. "Just stay alive." He ended the call and broke the phone in half. He gathered his few things. He left the motel key on the dresser and walked out into the salty afternoon. The air was thick with the smell of diesel and fish and distant rain. He could hear the deep, mournful blast of a ship's horn. Perhaps the Star of Oman, beginning its journey. He walked away from the port toward the highway. He didn't look back. His face was a blank page once more, his clothes nondescript, his past a shadow. Only the tiny, hard weight of the clay compass remained, pointing not north or south, but toward the next silent scream, the next hidden node, the next circle of the endless, migrating bird. The wind shifted, coming off the water, and he turned his face into it, letting it guide his steps into the waiting anonymous world. Story 5. The clatter of the typewriter was a steady percussive heartbeat in the hushed room. It was a sound of industry, of creation, a mechanical rhythm that measured out the seconds of the late hour. Then it stopped, not with the finality of a finished page, but with an abrupt, choked silence, as if the machine itself had gasped. The last key, a lonely hung half-risen in its metal carriage. In the void left by the ceased noise, other sounds rushed in to fill the vacuum. The distant, mournful wail of a foghorn on the river, the frantic skitter of a mouse inside the wall, the slow, settling sigh of the building itself. And beneath it all, a new, liquid rhythm, a soft, insistent tap drip onto the linoleum floor. Luke Voss was found at dawn by the cleaning woman, a silent Polish lady named Irina, who never screamed, only crossed herself 3 times, her keys trembling in her hand like a morbid tambourine. He was slumped forward, his forehead resting gently on the cool glass of his typewriter, as if in quiet contemplation of a troublesome sentence. But the sentence was written in the dark, blooming crimson across his starched white shirt, a single perfect puncture just below the sternum. A letter opener, sleek and chrome, a promotional gift from a paper company, was not in its usual ceramic cup. It was with him. The office, a temple to crisp lines and modernist affectation at the Sterling and Clay advertising agency, smelled suddenly, profoundly, of copper and fear. The police came and went with the brisk, disinterested efficiency of men dealing with a contained tragedy. A tragic suicide, perhaps. A personal matter turned violent. The city was full of them. They took the chrome implement. They took notes. They draped a sheet that did little to hide the terrible finality of the shape beneath. Clayton Sterling, the agency's director, made a brief, pallid statement about loss and the pressures of creative genius. His voice a dry rustle of banknotes and regret. The great machine of advertising could not stop. There were car accounts and toothpaste campaigns and the relentless pursuit of the American dream to fuel. By 10 o'clock, the blood was scrubbed away, leaving only a faint, ghostly watermark on the floor, and a new copywriter was being interviewed for Luke Voss's vacant desk. His name was Donnell. He presented credentials from a reputable Chicago firm, spoke with a cultured, almost lazy precision, and wore his expensive but slightly worn suit with the air of a disinherited aristocrat. His eyes, a pale, watery gray, missed nothing. They observed the gleaming surfaces of the agency, the brushed steel, the blonde wood, the vast windows overlooking the rain-slicked city, and saw the fingerprints smudging the perfection. He was not there to sell soap or the romance of automobile tail fins. He was there because Luke Voss had been a whisper in the ear of certain concerned parties, a whisper about the beautiful, poisonous pipeline Sterling and Clay had become. The agency thrived on a diet of envy and aspiration. The young men and women in their sharp suits were alchemists, turning base human desire into gold for clients. They spoke in a slick patois of benefits and demographics, their laughter a sharp, brittle sound. Donnell settled among them, a quiet, observant figure in the corner cubicle. He learned the rhythms, the frantic pitch before a client meeting, a symphony of nervous energy and last-minute revisions, the hushed, triumphant gossip after a campaign landed, the long, liquid lunches at the Gilded Cage, a basement bar where the ice in the glasses never seemed to melt. He studied the players. There was Mara, with her severe black bangs and eyes like chips of obsidian, who wrote headlines that cut like scalpels. There was Peter, all toothy grin and desperate bonhomie, whose ideas were often just clever refractions of others' thoughts. And there was Simone, the senior secretary, a woman who moved through the chaos with the serene, unreadable grace of a swan. Her stenopad a ledger of every secret, every affair, every clandestine meeting held behind Clayton's polished oak door. Donnell's investigation was a slow, deliberate melody, a composition in a minor key. He sifted through Luke's old files, finding not just concepts for cereal boxes and airline slogans, but cryptic notations, strings of numbers that corresponded to no known client account. Initials, J.V., Docs, Midnight, CS, percent on the transit. Fragments of copy that read less like advertising and more like code. The deepest hunger is for what you cannot show. Cleanliness is next to, but never equal to, godliness. He listened. In the echo chamber of the men's room, over the hiss of urinals, he heard Peter mutter to a junior artist. Luke was digging in the wrong garden. Pretty flowers, nasty roots. He watched Clayton Sterling, a man who curated his own image as carefully as any campaign, whose hand trembled slightly when he lit his afternoon cigar, a tremor that had nothing to do with age. The director's eyes would often drift to the large abstract painting on his wall, a swirl of dark blues and troubled grays, as if seeking an answer in its formless depths. The criminal connection was not a shadowy figure in a fedora lurking in alleyways. It was a system, sleek and integrated. A parasite in the bloodstream of legitimate commerce. Donald pieced it together, note by whispered note. Sterling and Clay, with its unparalleled access to printing presses, distribution networks, and psychological manipulation, was laundering more than ideas. They were laundering souls. The transit referenced in Luke's notes was not public transportation, but the transit of young men and women, their images captured in illicit films, their lives commodified and sold under the pristine guise of modeling gigs and talent scouting. The percent was Clayton's cut, a silent partner in a vile enterprise. The city's hunger, its unspoken desires were being packaged and sold back to it, and the agency's genius was making it smell like champagne and success. Luke Voss had not been a hero. Donald learned this from Simone, one rain-lashed evening when the office was empty save for the hum of the electric clock. She spoke in a low, monotone confession, her fingers tracing the edge of her typewriter. Luke had been tempted. He'd seen the money, the easy, dark currency that flowed beneath the bright surface. He was going to take a piece, a small, silent piece. But then he saw a face he recognized in one of the films, a girl from his sister's boarding house, her eyes wide with a terror no acting could replicate. His conscience, a dormant, inconvenient organ, awoke with a vicious ache. He started to document. He planned to expose it all. And so he became an interrupted noise, a stopped clock. The climax did not come with gunfire in a neon-lit alley. It came in Clayton Sterling's office, under the sterile glow of the overhead light. The abstract painting a silent witness. Donald confronted him, not as a new hire, but as a man with the full, cold weight of the truth in his voice. He laid it out, piece by damning piece, a campaign of ruin. Clayton did not rage. He deflated, like a clever, empty balloon. His confession was a sigh of relief. "We sell dreams, Donald," he said, staring at his own reflection in the dark window. "What's the difference? A dream of a white picket fence, a dream of a new car, a dream of forbidden fruit. We identify the hunger, and we provide the sustenance." Luke misunderstood. He thought we were creating the hunger. We only channel it. You channeled a girl to her ruin, Donald said, his voice quiet as falling ash. Clayton waved a dismissive hand. "A commodity, like television time, like column inches." He turned, and in his eyes was not remorse, but a kind of weary triumph. "You can't stop it. The machine is too big. I'm a cog. You're a cog. Even Luke was a cog. He just squeaked. But the machine had a flaw. It was Mara, with her obsidian eyes, who was the true architect of the silence. Donald realized it in a chilling moment of clarity, watching her craft a headline for a perfume ad. Eternity is a moment of perfect silence. She had loved Luke, a desperate, possessive love he did not return. She had seen his moral awakening, his planned betrayal of their dark paradise, as the ultimate rejection. She knew his habits, his late nights at the office, the rhythmic clatter of his typing. She had offered him one last chance in the shadowy quiet of the empty office. When he refused, she had used the closest, sharpest thing at hand. The chrome letter opener was not a weapon of passion, but a tool of cold, efficient editorial correction. She had silenced the squeaking cog. Donald presented his findings, not to the police, but to the unseen powers who had sent him. The agency did not fall. Scandals were bad for business, for everyone's business. Clayton Sterling took an early retirement, citing health reasons, and moved to a quiet villa abroad. The pipeline was quietly rerouted, more carefully concealed. Mara resigned, her portfolio so brilliant she was hired by a rival firm within a week. The only casualty was Peter, who was found dead in his apartment from an apparent overdose. A convenient, tragic full stop to any loose threads. On Donald's last day, the office hummed with its usual vibrant hypocrisy. A party was starting for a new toothpaste account. Laughter bubbled, ice clinked. He stood by his empty desk, looking at the faint stain on the linoleum where Luke Voss had bled out his truth. It was nearly invisible now, just a slight variation in the sheen. Simone walked past, carrying a tray of champagne flutes. Her eyes met his, and in them was a profound, weary understanding. She gave the slightest, almost imperceptible shake of her head. A warning, a farewell, a testament to the fact that some stories are never written, only felt in the silence between the words. He left without saying goodbye, descending into the city's gray embrace. The case was closed. Justice, in any pure sense, had not been served. Equilibrium had. The hungry machine continued to turn, its gears oiled with compromise and forgetfulness. And somewhere in a quiet room that overlooks the endless, teeming city, a narrator you will never see, a voice that has witnessed every transaction of light and shadow, concludes this account. The voice notes the time, the weather, the precise shade of gray in the sky. It observes that the click-clack of typewriters continues in 1,000 offices, a symphony of manufactured desire. It remarks that the chrome letter opener, wiped clean of all fingerprints, both physical and moral, likely sits in an evidence warehouse, or was melted down, its substance recycled into something benign and useful. But the voice knows that Donald walks alone, his aristocratic detachment now forever fractured, carrying the memory of the interrupted noise and the silence that followed. A silence that was not empty, but thick with the echoes of every unsold, ruined thing. It knows that the greatest mysteries are never the ones we solve, but the ones we learn to live alongside in the quiet, humming dark. The story ends not with a bang, but with the steady, relentless tap-drip of a leak somewhere in the walls, a sound that becomes eventually just part of the house. Congratulations! The rain began again as he walked, a fine, persistent mist that beaded on the wool of his overcoat and blurred the city into a watercolor of regret. He had a report to file, a dry recitation of facts and conclusions that would satisfy the men who paid him. They would nod, stamp it, and store it in a vault. Another case of equilibrium maintained, of a system's self-correction. The truth, in its raw, ugly entirety, was a luxury their world could not afford. He found himself not at his rented room, but at a nondescript diner near the river. The coffee was bitter and scalding. He sat in a booth, the vinyl seat cracked like a map of a barren country, and watched the foghorns bleed their sound into the damp air. He thought of the girl, the one from Luke's sister's boarding house. He had a name now from Simone's final whispered gift, Elara. He had a last known location, a clinic upstate. A commodity, Clayton had said, like television time. The professional thing, the equilibrium thing, was to let it lie. The pipeline was rerouted. The girl was a spent cartridge, but Luke Voss's half-typed he seemed to hang in the air before him, a letter cut off from ever becoming a word, a story, a name. Donald paid for his coffee, leaving the exact change on the formica, a habit of a man who leaves no unnecessary trace. A week later, a plain envelope with no return address arrived at the boarding house where Alara's younger sister still lived. Inside was enough cash for tuition at a secretarial school in another city, and a single typewritten line on a sheet of cheap paper. A debt, anonymously paid. The typewriter was a common model, purchased for cash and dropped in the river after one use. It was a gesture, small and futile against the hungry machine, but it was a word after the interrupted letter. It was something. Back in the city, the seasons turn. The Sterling and Clay Agency won an award for its toothpaste campaign. The laughter at the Gilded Cage retained its brittle, victorious tone. Donald took a new name and a new case in another city, a matter of industrial espionage in the steel industry. The details were different, but the melody felt familiar, a variation in the same minor key. He found he could still do the work, but the quiet had changed. The silence in a room was no longer just an absence of sound. It was a vessel filled with the tap drip of a leak, the ghost of a typewriter's heartbeat, the echo of a choice that was not his to make, but was his to carry. He understood Simone's warning now, not as a threat, but as a bleak sisterhood of comprehension. They were the ones who cleaned the stains, who heard the silences, who knew the cost of the dreams being sold. They moved through the world as careful custodians of dissonant truths. Their faces neutral, their hands steady, their souls forever attuned to the faint, bloody watermark, just beneath the gleaming surface of things. And the machine, insatiable and elegant, turned on, weaving its beautiful, poisonous dreams under a sky of perpetual, indifferent gray. The new case was in Pittsburgh, the air thick with the taste of cinders and ambition. The steel magnate's wife suspected her husband was being blackmailed. The trail, as these things often did, led to a pretty secretary and a series of compromising photographs. It was sordid, simple, and profitable. Donald, now going by the name Charles Price, took the job without enthusiasm. He rented an office with a view of the smog-choked river, a deliberate echo of his previous post that felt less like homage and more like a penance. He missed the typewriter, the mechanical certainty of it. Now his thoughts felt insubstantial, typed by a temp agency girl who smelled of violet water and boredom, her fingers flying over the keys without comprehending the secrets they transcribed. He found himself lingering in stationery stores, running a finger along the cold metal flanks of new machines, listening for a particular timbre of click. He never bought one. The blackmail case unraveled with predictable ease. The secretary was in love. The magnate was a fool. The photographs were staged by a rival company. Donald presented his findings, collected his fee, and watched as the human wreckage was quietly swept under the rug of corporate reconciliation. The secretary was transferred to a branch in Cleveland. The magnate's wife took a long cruise to recover her nerves. Equilibrium. He was packing his single suitcase when the letter arrived. It was forwarded from his old Chicago address, a feat that spoke of either profound persistence or inside knowledge. The envelope was of heavy, cream-colored stock, the address written in a precise vertical hand he recognized instantly. It contained no letter, only a single newspaper clipping, folded neatly. It was a society page item from a California paper. It announced the engagement of Miss Mara Voss to Mr. Clayton Sterling, Jr. A photograph showed them on a sun-drenched terrace, Clayton's son beaming with vacant, handsome pride, Mara's smile a razor-sharp curve beneath her familiar obsidian eyes. The caption noted her rapid rise at a prestigious Los Angeles agency and his prospects in venture capital. It was a perfect merger, a branding campaign for a shared future. The article bubbled with phrases like creative dynamo and scion of industry. Donald read it twice. He saw not a celebration but a consolidation, a moving of assets, a silencing of bloodlines. He held the clipping over the hotel's metal wastebasket, considering a match. But that was a gesture, and he was done with gestures. Instead, he slipped it into the inner pocket of his suit, where it lay against his chest like a cold, flat stone. Simone had not sent a note, but the message was clear. The machine was not just continuing. It was evolving, reproducing, weaving its heirs into the fabric of the new dream. Mara had not just escaped consequence. She had ascended, using the very notoriety of her past as a dark fertilizer for her growth. She had editorialized her life into a triumph. His train left at midnight. He stood on the platform, the Pittsburgh cold gnawing through his coat, and watched the great engine huff steam into the dark. He thought of Ilara's sister, hopefully mastering her shorthand in a sunnier city. He thought of Luke's unfinished. He thought of the chrome letter opener, perhaps now part of a car's trim or a dentist's tool, its history erased by fire and reforging. As he boarded the train, the rhythmic clatter of the wheels on the tracks was a new kind of typing, a larger, impersonal machine, writing an endless, meaningless line across the continent. He found his compartment, closed the door, and sat in the dark, moving through a world he could mend in small, insignificant ways but never truly cure. The story was not over. It was simply being written elsewhere, in a different font, by different hands. And he, a reader of silences, would always hear its faint, relentless echo in the spaces between the words of the world. The train carried him east, toward a consultation in Philadelphia, another city built on layers of forgotten things. He slept fitfully, the newspaper clipping a crisp, accusing presence in his pocket. The dream was always the same. The office at night, the pool of light on the linoleum, and the sound. Not the impact, but the aftermath. A single, wet drip, hitting the floor at a slow, metronomic pace. Tap, dot, tap, dot, tap, dot. He would wake just as he turned to see the source, the rhythm translating into the clatter of the rails. Philadelphia was damp cobblestones, and a client with a nervous tic, a man who believed his partner was siphoning funds into a numbered account in Zurich. It was tedious mathematical work, tracing the ghostly footprints of money. Dano completed it in 3 days. The partner was guilty, of course. The client wept with rage, then asked Donald to keep it quiet, to structure a quiet buyout. Equilibrium, again. The machine demanded it. On a whim, before catching his return train, he visited the Liberty Bell. He stood before the great, cracked artifact, its silence a monument to a fractured ideal. A schoolteacher was explaining its symbolism to a flock of bored children. "It represents freedom," she said brightly. Donald looked at the famous crack, the meticulous braces holding the symbol together, preventing it from ever ringing again, but allowing it to be looked upon. It seemed the truer monument. The journey back to New York was when he saw her. In the dining car, sipping tea with a lemon wedge precisely balanced on the rim of the saucer. Simone. She wore a smart traveling suit the color of slate, her posture as composed as ever. Her eyes lifted from her book and met his as he paused in the aisle. There was no surprise in them, only a deep settled recognition, as if they had an appointment neither had formally acknowledged. He took the seat opposite her without invitation. The steward came, and Donald ordered coffee. They sat in silence until it arrived. "Los Angeles seemed too obvious," she said finally, her voice barely audible over the train's symphony. "And the weather is a lie. I prefer cities that admit to their weather." "Where are you going?" he asked. "Away," she said. Then, after a sip of tea, "There is a small firm in Boston. They need someone who understands discretion. The principal is an old man. He prefers pen and ink. I find that comforting." He nodded. The things seemed to burn against his chest. "You sent me the announcement." "I did." "Why?" "Because you are a man who finishes sentences," she said, her gaze steady. "Even the ones that are not your own. You deserve to know how that particular sentence ended. It is a full stop of a kind." "It's a merger," Donald corrected, his voice flat. "It is a sequel," she said. "And sequels are rarely about justice. They are about legacy." She closed her book, her fingers resting on its cover. "I have a new steno pad. This one is empty. I intend for it to remain mostly so. I am learning the value of blank space. It's..." The landscape rushed by, a blur of brown fields and skeletal trees. Donald thought of the empty desk in Chicago, the faint stain, the quiet hum of the electric clock counting meaningless seconds. "What will you do, Mr. Donnell? Or whatever your name is now?" He stirred his coffee, watching the liquid swirl. "There's always another leak in the pipes," he said. "Another squeak in the gear. Someone has to listen for it." A faint, almost sad smile touched her lips. "Then you are a custodian of echoes. It is a lonely profession." "It is," he agreed. They parted at Penn Station with a nod. No handshake, no farewell. She melted into the crowd flowing toward the commuter trains, a woman of secrets becoming a secret herself. Donnell stood for a moment in the great vaulted hall, the roar of humanity washing over him. A cacophony of dreams, desires, and departures. He adjusted his hat, felt the stiff edge of the clipping in his pocket, and turned not toward the exit, but toward the ticket windows. There was a late train to Washington. A senator's aide had written, with careful ambiguity, about concerns over defense contract allocations. The hunger, it seemed, took many forms. He bought a ticket. As he walked to the gate, the rhythmic tap of his own footsteps joined the 1,000 others, a single, insignificant thread in the city's endless, hungry, humming tapestry. He did not look back. The senator's aide was a young man with the polished sheen of a new coin and eyes that held a flicker of genuine anxiety. The case was, as Donnell expected, a labyrinth of kickbacks and phantom subcontractors. It was larger in scale than perfume or steel, but the melody was identical. He took a small hotel room near DuPont Circle and began the familiar, meticulous work of tracing connections, of listening for the dissonant note in the official chorus. One afternoon, while reviewing procurement records in the hushed marble silence of the Library of Congress, he felt a presence at his shoulder. He did not look up immediately, finishing his note in a tight, controlled script. When he finally lifted his gaze, he saw a man in a beautifully cut but understated suit, his hair silvered at the temples, his face a mask of pleasant neutrality. "Mr. Price," the man said, his voice a soft baritone. "A moment of your time would be appreciated." It was not a question. Donnell closed his notebook and followed the man to a secluded alcove overlooking the main reading room. They stood like two scholars discussing an obscure text. "We are aware of your recent activities," the man began, his eyes scanning the distant readers below. "Chicago, Pittsburgh, your diligence is noted, as is your discretion." Donnell said nothing. He had expected this or something like it, ever since Simone found him on the train. The machine had sensors, after all. "The work you do is valuable," the man continued. "But it is also inefficient, a reactive enterprise, putting fingers in dikes, as it were." "And you offer a more proactive solution?" Donnell asked, his tone flat. "We offer a system," the man corrected gently. "A network of listeners, individuals with your particular aptitudes, but connected. Information shared, patterns recognized before they become stains on the linoleum." He finally looked at Donnell. "Think of it. No more chasing echoes. You would help us monitor the hum of the machine itself, to perform preventative maintenance, so to speak." It was a promotion, an invitation into the engine room, the ultimate custodianship. The man's offer was a clean, well-lit room, with a view of all the gears, and a set of polished tools to adjust them with impersonal precision. Donnell thought of Mara's engagement announcement, of Clayton Sterling enjoying his villa dada, of Peter's convenient overdose. This man, or men like him, had orchestrated that equilibrium. They were the senior editors of reality. "You flatter me," Donnell said, "but I'm a freelancer. I find I work better alone." The man's pleasant expression did not change, but his eyes cooled a degree. "A pity. The freelance life is precarious. One can become isolated, misunderstood." He drew a card from his breast pocket and placed it on the marble railing between them. It was blank, save for a telephone number embossed in simple, elegant numerals. The offer remains open, should you ever tire of the echoes. He left as quietly as he had arrived, dissolving into the maze of bookshelves. Donald looked at the car. He did not pick it up. He finished his research at a different table, his back to a solid wall. That night in his hotel room, he did not work on the senator's case. Instead, he took out a sheet of cheap hotel stationery and a pen. He wrote a single, anonymous letter to a newspaper columnist in Boston, known for a cautious, fact-based approach to corruption. He provided no proof, only a precise roadmap, names, dates, ledger codes for the defense contract scandal. He signed it a custodian. He mailed it from a distant post office. It was not a solution. It was another gesture, a stone dropped into a vast, dark pond. The ripples might reach the shore, or they might not. The machine would absorb the scandal, sacrifice a few mid-level gears, and churn on. But it was a choice. His choice. He packed his bag and checked out before dawn. The Washington air was cold and sharp. He walked, without a clear destination, the blank card left behind on the nightstand, like a forgotten room key. He was alone. And he was tired. But as the first gray light touched the Capitol dome, he realized the silence within him had changed once more. It was no longer filled just with the echoes of crimes or the hum of complicity. It now held the quiet, steadying sound of his own refusal, a single clear note sustained against the vast, hungry drone of the world. It was not a victory, but it was a truth, and for now, it was enough to walk by. The Boston columnist ran the story. It caused a 9-day scandal, resulted in 2 resignations and 1 early retirement, and was then folded into the next news cycle. Donald read about it in a buffalo paper, in a diner where the coffee was bitter and the eggs were greasy. He felt nothing resembling triumph, only a faint, grim satisfaction, like a mechanic hearing a troublesome rattle finally cease, knowing it would inevitably start again somewhere else. Buffalo was frozen iron and lake-effect snow. The case was domestic. A wife who wasn't a wife, a life insurance policy, and a suspicious furnace. It was grubby and small, a world away from defense contracts. He preferred it that way. He solved it in a week, presenting the woman with evidence of her husband's other family in Toledo. She paid him in wrinkled bills from a cookie jar, her face a mask of weary devastation. He left the money in a church donation box 2 towns over. The blank card's telephone number memorized itself in his mind, a silent, rhythmic pulse behind his eyes. He knew the offer was not withdrawn. It was a door, slightly ajar, in a long institutional corridor. He understood its temptation, the end of uncertainty, the clarity of purpose, the power to direct the cleanup instead of just mopping up after. He also knew its price. To see the whole blueprint was to become responsible for every line on it, to become a part of the editing process, deciding which truths were permissible and which needed to be redacted for the greater, smoother functioning of the whole. Simone had chosen the empty steno pad. He was beginning to understand the profound discipline that required. Spring came late to the Great Lakes, a slow thaw that revealed the grit and refuse hidden beneath the snow. He was in a small-town library, idly scanning the national newspapers, when he saw a brief item in the financial pages. A merger. Sterling and Clay, having fully absorbed the assets and client list of the late Luke Voss's agency, was itself being acquired by a larger international conglomerate based in Zurich. The terms were not disclosed. The new entity would be called Voss Sterling Global. The photograph showed Clayton Sterling and his son, Clayton Jr., shaking hands with a bland-faced Swiss executive. In the background, standing slightly apart, but with a gaze fixed on the camera, was Mara. Her title was listed as Director of Strategic Synergy. He closed the paper. The machine did not just continue. It consumed, digested, and excreted new, more efficient forms of itself. Mara was no longer just an asset. She was a brand manager for the very mechanism that had crafted her. The ultimate editorial. That night, in a boarding house room that smelled of cabbage and old wood, he took out a fresh notebook. He did not write a report. Instead, he began to write down names. Not the names of clients or targets, but the other names. Ilara Dosh, Luke Dautelon, Peter Dar, the secretary from Pittsburgh, the weeping wife from Buffalo. He wrote what he knew of them, the fragments of their stories that had intersected with his. It was not evidence. It was a record. A ledger of the human cost, written in plain, unadorned prose. He knew it was a dangerous thing to possess. He wrote it anyway, the pen scratching in the quiet room, a sound both lonely and defiant. When he was done, he sealed the notebook in a thick manila envelope. The next day, he rented a safety deposit box in a bank in a city he had no other business in. He placed the envelope inside, along with the now yellowed clipping of Mara's engagement. He kept the key. He walked out into the afternoon sun, a man with a key in his pocket that opened nothing of material value. Only a small, cold space, holding a story no one would ever commission him to tell. The offer in Washington was a door to power. The notebook in the box was a door to something else, a room of his own making where the echoes were not silenced, but cataloged. He was not yet sure which was the greater prison or the greater freedom, but for now, he had both a refusal and a record. And as he turned his collar against the wind, he knew his next step would be simply to walk and to listen. A solitary man moving through the din, holding the shape of the silence within him. The walk led him to the train station again. He bought a ticket for Montreal, a city he did not know, where the language in the air would be a curtain he could hide behind for a while. He slept through most of the journey, a deep, dreamless sleep for the first time in months. In Montreal, he took a room in a boarding house run by a widow who spoke little English. He told her his name was Daniel. For a week, he did nothing but walk the cobbled streets of old Montreal, listen to the swift, musical French, and sit in cathedrals where the light fell through stained glass and colored pools on the stone floor. He was a ghost here, unhaunted. The respite was brief, but potent. It clarified something. He could not outrun the machine, but he could choose the ground on which he occasionally stood against it. He could not be a mechanic in its engine room, but he could be a scribe in its shadows. The notebook in the safety deposit box was the first entry. There would be others. Not a crusade, but an archive, a testament of leaks and squeaks. He returned to New York by a slow, indirect route. His office, when he unlocked the door, smelled of dust and stillness. The stack of unopened mail was high. He sorted it methodically. Bills, couriers, a few inquiries which he set aside. At the bottom was a plain cream-colored envelope, hand-delivered with no return address. The postmark was Boston. Inside was a single sheet of high-quality bond paper. In the center, in precise, familiar shorthand, was a single sentence. He translated it effortlessly. The blank page is a country with no borders. I find the climate agreeable. It was unsigned. He allowed himself a small, real smile. He placed the sheet in his desk drawer, not as a clue or a keepsake, but as a landmark. A signal from another silent country. The telephone rang. He let it ring 3 times before picking it up. Price investigations, he said, his voice steady. A woman's voice, tight with controlled panic, spilled out. It was about her brother, a long-haul trucker who had missed 2 scheduled calls. The police were not interested. She had a bad feeling. Donald pulled a fresh pad of paper toward him. He picked up his pen. Start from the beginning, he said. And the world, with all its endless, hungry noise, narrowed to the soft scratch of pen on paper, and the fragile, urgent truth of a single human worry. He listened, and in the listening, the echo within him found its purpose. not as a dirge, but as a tuning fork, resonating with the quiet frequency of the lost, the worried, and the overlooked. The work was the same. The man was not. He took down the details, the names, the last known route. The machine hummed on, vast and indifferent. But here in this small room, a man was listening for a single missing note. And for now, that was the only thing that mattered. Story 6. The hallway was wrong. Brian noticed it the moment he stepped out of the elevator, the worn carpet muffling his steps. It was the hallway of a middling apartment building in Los Angeles, the kind that smelled of old air conditioning and distant mildew. But the proportions were off. The ceiling was too low, pressing down like a lid, and the hallway stretched too long, the far end dissolving into a brownish gloom. The doors, identical in their cheap veneer, seemed closer together than they should have been, as if the architect had been forced to squeeze in an extra unit, and had simply compressed the space, warping reality to fit a financial spreadsheet. Warping reality to fit a financial spreadsheet. It felt like a set, a cheaply built corridor on a soundstage, designed to be shot from one specific angle so the audience would never see the flimsy supports. Brian, whose business was the measurement of spaces, how far to stand from a man to intimidate, how close to get to break a finger, felt the wrongness in his bones. It was an omen, a visual whisper that something here was concealed. He found the door, 714, and knocked. The sound was swallowed by the oppressive carpet and the low ceiling. He waited, listening to the hum of a refrigerator from behind another door, the faint, tinny laugh track of a television show. Los Angeles. He'd been sent from Chicago, where debts were collected in back rooms that smelled of cigar smoke and stale beer, to this place of pastel stucco and hidden rot. The boss, Gary, had been clear. Jeff Linwood, producer, owes a significant sum for a gambling habit that outran his talent. He's in the picture business. Be polite. The picture business likes polite, but get the money. Jeff Linwood opened the door a crack, the security chain taut. His face was a map of sleepless nights and evaporated promise, eyes wide and liquid behind thick glasses. Brian, you were expecting maybe the mailman? Brian said, his voice a low, calm baritone. He didn't push the door, just stood there, letting his presence, the breadth of his shoulders and the cheap suit, do the work. The chain rattled and the door opened. The apartment was a mirror of the hallway's wrongness. It was too narrow, shelves bowed under the weight of film canisters and stacked scripts, the window offering a sliver view of a palm tree's dusty fronds. It was the home of a man who dealt in vast, imaginary spaces, but lived in a shoebox. Jeff fluttered around, offering water, coffee, excuses. Brian declined the first two and listened to the third. It was a symphony of misfortune, backers pulling out, distribution deals collapsing, a star's rehab stint derailing a shoot. The money, Jeff insisted, was just days away. The film was finished. It was a masterpiece. The buzz was building. Buzz don't pay, Mr. Gary, Brian said, picking up a small, tarnished Oscar statuette from a shelf. It was surprisingly heavy. This is the real thing. Friends, Jeff mumbled. For collateral. Brian set it down. He moved to the window, looking at the slice of city. Gary isn't in the buzz business. He's in the money business. I'm in the collection business. You have 3 days, not 4, 3. The panic in the room thickened. Jeff's breathing became shallow. There's a screening, tonight, for potential buyers. At the Mercury Lounge on Sunset. The money, it'll be thereafter. I swear, come see it. See what your investment is in. Brian almost laughed. Investment. A gambling debt translated into a euphemism. But he was curious. He'd always been a sucker for the movies. In Chicago, in the dark of a theater, he could forget the grunt work, the broken noses, the silent drives to the river. Light on a screen, people pretending to be other people. It had a logic he understood. A different kind of script. A different kind of violence, usually bloodless and followed by applause. What's the film called? The Infinite Sunset, Jeff said, the title falling from his lips with a reverence utterly absent from the rest of his being. That night, the Mercury Lounge was another lesson in wrong proportions. It was a club pretending to be a theater. Too dark, the screen too small for the lofty title. The air was thick with the smell of clove cigarettes and ambition. Brian sat in the back, a shadow among other shadows. The film was a noir, ironically. A detective, washed up and drunk, stumbling through a plot about a missing actress. It was all shadows and whispered dialogue, the camera lingering on wet streets that looked suspiciously like the studio backlot. It was derivative, but it had a mood, a melancholy. And then she appeared. Dawn. She played the missing actress, a ghost, haunting the edges of the narrative. She wasn't in the film much, but when she was, the cheap film stock seemed to ignite. Her beauty wasn't the plastic, grinning kind plastered on billboards along the strip. It was sharp, intelligent, and utterly weary. She looked at the camera as if she could see through it, through the screen, right into the dark where Brian sat. She knew the secret, her eyes said. She knew this was all a sham, and she was the only real thing in it. After the final ambiguous shot, the detective walking into a fog that never cleared, the lights came up to sparse, polite applause. Brian saw Jeff, sweating in a corduroy blazer, schmoozing with a few older men in expensive casual wear. And then he saw her, standing alone by a fire exit, lighting a cigarette. Dawn. In a simple black dress, her face pale under the ugly lights. He approached. Not like a collector, like a fan. You were the only thing in it that didn't feel like a lie. She turned, exhaled smoke. Her eyes assessed him, not with fear, but with a profound, practiced recognition. She'd seen his type before. The man who didn't belong. That's a nice line. You in the business? I'm in the business of Jeff Linwood. He owes my employer money. A faint, wry smile touched her lips. It was like watching a light come on in a distant window. Then you're in the wrong business. Nobody in this room has any money. They just have the illusion of it. It's the currency here. He seems to think the movie will change that. He thinks a lot of things. She studied him. You don't look like the usual muscle. You look like you're thinking. I'm thinking you're too good for that film. I'm good enough to know I need to be in films to be an actress, she said. Even bad ones. Especially bad ones. They're the only ones that get made. She dropped the cigarette, crushed it under her heel. Tell your employer Jeff's good for it. He's always good for it. Right up until the moment he disappears. She walked away, melting into the crowd of pretenders. Brian felt a strange tightening in his chest, a sensation unfamiliar and precise. It wasn't desire, not exactly. It was the thrill of recognition. She was a player in a game she despised, and she played it perfectly. He understood that. The 3 days passed. The money did not appear. Gary's voice on the phone was a dry rustle, like a snake moving through dead leaves. Persuaded him, Brian, cinematically. Brian found Jeff not at his apartment, but at an editing bay in a dingy post-production facility in Burbank. The room was a cocoon of blinking lights and glowing screens, the air cold and smelling of ozone and desperation. Jeff was hunched over a console, staring at a close-up of Dawn's face, frozen in mid-sentence. I need more time, Jeff whispered, not turning around. The buyers, they're negotiating. Brian didn't speak. He walked to the master power switch for the bank of machines, his fingers resting on the plastic lever. On the screen, Dawn's enormous eyes held a universe of fabricated sorrow. "Please," Jeff begged. "That's the only copy of the final cut. The negatives are in a vault. This is all I have." "What you have is a debt," Brian said, his voice soft in the hum of the machines. "Gary is losing patience. I am your buffer. When I stop being a buffer, I become a consequence. You don't want that. Nyan, wanyan, fin." Jeff swiveled in his chair, his face ashen. "There's another party. Competitor. They've made an offer for the debt to take it over." The air in the cold room grew colder. This was new. This was dangerous. Rival interests. "Who?" "I don't know names." A man approached me. Said he represented a consortium. They see value in the film. They want to invest. Jeff was babbling now. "They said they'd clear the debt with Gary and give me extra to finish marketing, but they want control." Brian's mind, trained on straightforward arithmetic, principal, interest, pain, now navigated this sudden, branching plot. A rival crew muscling in on a debt was a declaration of war in Chicago. Here, it was a business negotiation. A hostile takeover. He left Jeff trembling in the dark and drove to a payphone. Gary was silent for a long time after Brian relayed the news. "Consortium," he finally said, the word dripping with contempt. "Find out who." "This is my paper, my investment. I don't like poachers." The investigation began not in back alleys, but in bland office parks and overpriced health food restaurants. Brian used a mixture of implied threat and cynical charm, a performance he found he was good at. He talked to a vapid leading man who cared only about his close-up lighting, a director who spoke in Zen koans about the film's energy, a financier who kept checking his stock portfolio on a tiny computer. They all knew something was shifting, a new power entering the game. But they spoke in whispers, in glances. The film, The Infinite Sunset, was no longer just a bad movie. It was a token, a chip in a game no one would explain the rules to. He found Dawn again at a painfully trendy cafe in Silver Lake. She was reading a script, her brow furrowed. She didn't seem surprised to see him. "The consortium," he said, sitting without invitation. "Tell me." She closed the script. "Why would I know?" "Because you see the strings. You're the only one here who isn't a puppet." She sipped her tea. "It's a distribution company. New money, tech money. They want a foothold in content. They buy up distressed assets, films that are finished but have no path to screen. Debts are part of the asset package. They clean it up, sell it to a streamer, make a profit. They're vultures, efficient ones. They're stepping on Gary's toes. Then Gary should wear bigger shoes." She met his gaze. "Or get out of Hollywood. This town eats people like him for breakfast. It doesn't even need to chew." Brian realized then that the danger here was not a bullet in an alley. It was a lawsuit. A poisoned press leak, Dottie. A career smothered in silence. It was violence done with paperwork and whispers. He was a caveman with a club in a world of laser scalpels. He reported to Gary. "It's corporate. They're buying the debt to control the film. It's a hostile takeover, not a turf war." Gary's laugh was a short, ugly bark. "Corporate. Fine. Then we go corporate. You negotiate. You're my representative. Get me my money plus a premium for my inconvenience. Or get me the film. All of it. The thing they want." Brian became a producer. He set a meeting with the rival consortium as representative, a man named Sterling, who wore a fleece vest and talked about synergy. The meeting was in a glass-walled conference room overlooking the city. Sterling offered to buy Gary's debt for 80 cents on the dollar. Brian, thinking of Dawn's weary eyes, said no. He counteroffered. Gary becomes a silent partner in the consortium's distribution deal. A percentage of the back end. Sterling smiled, a thin, bloodless line. "You're not in Kansas anymore, Mr. Bryan." "Neither are you," Bryan said. "And the man I represent doesn't care about synergy. He cares about yield. This is the yield. Take it, or we burn the film to the ground. The negatives in the vault? We know where they are. A single phone call, and they become a pile of melted celluloid. Your distressed asset becomes a total loss." It was a bluff. Bryan didn't know where the negatives were, but he'd learned the language. He spoke in their terms of risk and asset denial. Sterling's smile vanished. The negotiation continued. In the end, a deal was struck. Gary would be paid his principal with a modest bonus. The consortium got the film. Jeff Linwood was cut out entirely, left with nothing but his name on a film he no longer owned. Bryan delivered the news to Jeff in his crooked apartment. The man didn't cry. He just seemed to deflate, to shrink into the wrong proportions of the room until he almost disappeared. "I'm finished," Jeff whispered. "You were finished the moment you borrowed from Gary," Bryan said, not unkindly. It was a simple statement of fact. On his last night in Los Angeles, Bryan went to the one place he knew he'd find her. A tiny revival theater in Los Feliz, showing a black and white classic. He sat in the back. Halfway through the film, she slipped into the seat next to him. They didn't speak. On screen, a detective faced down a corrupt millionaire. The dialogue was sharp, the shadows deep and meaningful. It was a fantasy of moral clarity. When the lights came up, she said, "You won?" "I survived," he corrected. "Well, what's the difference?" They walked out into the Los Angeles night, the air warm and smog soft. "What will you do now?" she asked. "Go back. Tell Gary he got his yield." And then, he had no answer. The thought of Chicago felt like a return to a smaller, darker room. Here, the corruption had a glitter to it. The lies were more entertaining. The violence was existential. He looked at Dawn, her face half in shadow from the neon sign of a Thai restaurant. She was the only true thing he'd found, and her truth was that she was a perfect fake. "The film will never be released, you know," she said softly. "The consortium will shelve it. A tax write-off. It will exist only as a line item on a balance sheet. All that work, all that fear, for nothing." Bryan felt a profound emptiness, a void where the satisfaction of a job completed should have been. He had navigated the maze, played the game, and all he had done was facilitate the transformation of art, however flawed, into a financial abstraction. He had been a mid-level gangster in Chicago. Here, he had been a mid-level gangster in a better suit. The scenery was the only thing that had changed. He left her standing on the sidewalk, a beautiful ghost in the city of ghosts. He drove to the airport, the endless sprawl of lights blurring into a false electric dawn. On the plane, high above the clouds, he thought of the final shot of Jeff's film, the detective walking into an endless, artificial fog. He had thought it was a cheap trick, a lack of an ending. Now he understood it was the only honest part of the whole endeavor. He delivered the cash to Gary in a back room that smelled, as always, of cigar smoke and stale beer. Gary counted it with thick, practiced fingers. "Good work. Clean. You learned the lingo." Bryan nodded. He felt the wrong proportions of that Los Angeles hallway settle into him. A permanent warping. He had seen the machinery, the great grinding engine of illusion and commerce, and it had seen him. He was now a part of its calculus. A week later, a padded envelope arrived at his Chicago apartment. No return address. Inside was a single strip of 35mm film, 4 frames long. He held it up to the light. It was a close-up of dawn, from the infinite sunset. But it wasn't a frame from the movie, he remembered. In this shot, she was looking directly into the lens, but her expression was different. Not the fabricated sorrow of the character, but a look of cold, Clear warning. It was a look meant for him. On the blanked tail of the film strip, in tiny, precise handwriting, was a message. They know you bluffed. The negatives were never in the vault. They were the asset. You negotiated for a ghost. The debt was never about money. It was about the film. It always was. Brian sat in the silent gloom of his apartment, the strip of celluloid shimmering in a shaft of dusty light. He thought of the consortium, Sterling's bloodless smile. He thought of Gary, who would see this not as a settled account, but as a face lost. He thought of Jeff, vanished into the city's indifferent sprawl. And he thought of Dawn, the messenger, the only player who understood the whole game. He had resolved nothing. He had simply moved the debt from one ledger to another, from a financial column to a column marked peril. The investigation was not over. It had just changed form. The mystery had not been solved. It had deepened, becoming a part of him, a silent, humming tension in the foundation of his life. The ending was not an ending at all, but a fade to black, with a certain chilling knowledge that the film was still running, the reels turning endlessly in a locked, dark room somewhere, and his face was now somewhere in the frame. Another ghost in the infinite, unreleasable sunset. The phone rang. It was the old, heavy rotary in his kitchen, a sound like a bone breaking. Brian let it ring 3 times, watching the strip of film on the table as if it might move. He picked up. "You got my present." It was Dawn's voice, stripped of its Silver Lake weariness, sharp and urgent. "Where are you?" "Doesn't matter. Listen, you need to understand what you touched." The film was a ledger, a transaction log hidden in the frames, in the background of scenes. There are account numbers, routing sequences. It was never a movie. It was a safe deposit box. Jeff was the idiot lockbox. Gary's money was just the cover fee. The consortium isn't a distributor. It's a laundering... Brian's mind, still half in the cinematic fog, snapped into a cold, familiar clarity. A different kind of debt. And the warning? They think you know. They think you saw something. You played the game too well. A bluff that cut too close to the truth. They're cleaning house. Jeff's gone. I'm gone. You're on the list. Why tell me? Why risk it? A pause. He could hear traffic. Distant and foreign. Not LA traffic. Because you looked at me and saw a person. Not an asset. Not a reflection. In this business, that's a rare currency. Consider it a paying off of a debt. The line clicked dead. He sat for an hour in the darkening apartment. The strip of film was now a target, a piece of evidence. He couldn't go to Gary. Gary would see this as an opportunity, a new angle to exploit, and get them both killed. This was beyond his boss's comprehension. This was espionage with a soundtrack. He packed a bag, methodical, unhurried. Clothes, cash, the gun from the drawer. He slipped the film strip into a paperback novel, a cheap thriller about a stolen diamond. He left the apartment, taking the stairs down to the street. The Chicago wind hit him, real and biting, scrubbing away the last of the California smog. It felt like waking up. He knew he couldn't run. Not yet. They'd expect that. He needed to understand what he was holding. He needed a projectionist. He found one in a decrepit cinema on the south side. A man named Al, who owed Gary a favor from a lifetime ago. In the tiny, musty booth, Al threaded the 4 frames into a viewer, peering through the lens. "Just a dame's face," he grunted. "Not the face. The background. The wall. The painting. Anything." Al moved the film minutely. On the 3rd frame, he stopped. "There's a painting. A landscape. Looks like a cheap set piece." He adjusted the focus. "There's writing on the bottom of the frame. Tiny. Not part of the painting. It's numbers. Letters, like a serial number. He wrote it down on a scrap of paper, S of ink 441Q89. It meant nothing to Brian. It was a key to a lock he couldn't see. "You're in deep water, son," Al said, not looking up from the viewer. "This isn't our kind of deep." Brian took the paper. He walked out into the night, the key burning in his pocket. He knew what he had to do. He had to become a ghost, but first, he had to send a message. He couldn't fight a phantom consortium, but he could make the phantom visible. He went to a library, used a public terminal. He created an anonymous email account. He typed a single sentence, addressed to every film industry gossip column, trade paper, and finance blog he could find. The subject line: "The Infinite Sunset, a public accounting." The body read: "Ask about the painting in scene 14. Ask who owns the numbers. Ask Sterling about the vault that never was." He hit send. It was a flare shot into the sky. It would draw predators. It would create chaos. In chaos, he could move. He bought a bus ticket to St. Louis. As the Greyhound pulled out of the station, he watched the city recede, a landscape of familiar, brutal angles. He was leaving the world of broken noses for the world of broken codes. He had traded a club for a laser scalpel, and he had just made his first clumsy incision. The film was still running, but now, he was no longer just a ghost in the frame. He was the splice, the cut, the deliberate flaw in the otherwise seamless print. He was the error in their system, and he was in the wind. The bus smelled of stale upholstery and industrial cleaner. Brian took a seat in the back, watching the streetlights smear past the window. The hum of the engine was a monotonous prayer. He closed his eyes, but all he saw were numbers and letters against a painted landscape. As of ink 441Q89. In St. Louis, he rented a room by the week under a name he hadn't used in years. It was a skill, like any other, buried but not forgotten. He bought a cheap laptop with cash at a big box store in a strip mall. At a library 30 miles away, using their public Wi-Fi, he began to search. The string of characters was not a bank account. It was a hash, a reference code. He found it buried in a subforum dedicated to archival film stock, a thread about missing reels from obscure 70s European productions. A user with the handle Vault Dweller had posted it years ago, asking if anyone could identify the source of a film fragment with that code etched into the emulsion. No replies. He dug deeper, following the digital silt. The code led him to a defunct film lab in Prague, then to a customs manifest from 1998, then to a corporate shell registered in Luxembourg. It was a trail of paper ghosts. He felt a dull throb of frustration. This was not his world. He needed a guide. He thought of Dawn's voice on the phone. Consider it a paying off of a debt. He had no way to reach her. She was a phantom, too, but she had given him the first clue. The film was a ledger. The art was the safe. Page tactics. He looked for Sterling, the man in the fleece vest, the consortium's polite face. He found him easily. LinkedIn corporate headshots, a biography that spoke of venture capital and media disruption. His previous firm had been a defense contractor, specializing in data storage and retrieval. Brian stared at the screen. A defense contractor, not a film buff, a data man. The pieces shifted, locked together with a soft, terrifying click. The film wasn't just a ledger. It was the data itself. The information wasn't written on the film. It was encoded within the film, in the very chemical structure. A steganographic secret buried in the sunset gradients and the shadows on Dawn's face. The consortium didn't want to release a movie. They wanted to develop the negative, to process it through their own proprietary machines and extract the hidden payload. The debt, the takeover. It was all a cover to legally and quietly obtain the physical celluloid. And Brian had brokered the deal. His anonymous email flare had worked, but not as he'd hoped. A single trade blog, Content Quarterly, had run a one-line item. Rumors swirl around troubled into the infinite sunset, with whispers of hidden assets beyond the screen. Sterling Group declined to comment. That was it. A ripple, not a wave. It was enough, though. He was sure it had been noticed by the right, wrong people. 3 days later, his room was broken into. It was a professional job. Nothing was taken. Nothing was overturned. But the air in the small space had been subtly violated. The careful disorder of a man on the run had been studied and replaced. They knew where he was. They were telling him they knew. He abandoned everything but the cash, the gun, and the strip of film. He caught a train this time, heading south, changing lines randomly. In Memphis, he bought a burner phone. On a whim, he dialed the number for the editing bay in Burbank. It was, disconnected. He called information for Jeff Linwood. No listing. He was sitting in a diner, drinking bad coffee, when the burner rang. A number he didn't recognize, with a 323 area code. Los Angeles. He answered. Silence, then a voice, smooth and modulated. Mr. Brian, we'd like to talk. Who is this? You have something that belongs to us. A piece of our property. We are prepared to offer a finder's fee for its return. A generous one. No questions asked. It's 4 frames of a bad movie. Not worth much. On the contrary, context is everything. And you, unfortunately, now have the context. That has value. Negative value. Brian watched the rain streak the diner window. Where's Dawn? A pause. Longer this time. The actress is irrelevant. She was a messenger. The message has been delivered. Now we are discussing the return of the package. She's alive? The offer is for the film strip, Mr. Brian, and for your silence. A one-time transaction. We are reasonable. But our patience, like our resources, is finite. The line went dead. They hadn't denied it. That meant she was probably alive. For now, she was leverage. And so was he. He finished his coffee. The waitress refilled it without asking. He was just another man in a booth, hiding in plain sight. He understood now that he could not run forever. He could not decrypt the code. He was out of his depth. There was only one person who operated on this level, who thought in terms of assets and yields, who hated to lose. He dialed a number from memory. It rang 5 times before it was picked up. Yeah, Gary's voice, gruff and immediate. It's Brian. I need a meeting. You're supposed to be on vacation. The vacation's over. I have a new deal. A bigger one, but it's hostile. Very hostile. Gary was silent. Brian could hear the faint sound of a television, a baseball game. You screwed up the sunset thing, didn't you? I got feelers, quiet ones, asking about you. I didn't screw it up. I found the real product. They played us. They used your loan to sanitize a transaction for something else. Something worth a lot more than your VIG. Another long silence. Then, a sound almost like a chuckle. You always did have a nose for the complicated. All right, come in, but you come in clean. And you better have a proposition that makes my ears perk up. Brian hung up. He would go back to Chicago. He would bring the war to Gary's door, because Gary's world of cigar smoke and broken knees was the only weapon he had left. He would trade the Phantom Consortium for the very real, very angry gangster. He would make the hidden data a physical problem. It was the only move he had. He was no longer a splice in the film. He was a hammer, about to be swung at the projector itself. The lights were about to come up blinding and harsh on everyone. The train north was a slow, grinding penitence. Brian watched the industrial scars of the Midwest bleed past the window, a landscape of pragmatic ruin. He thought of Dawn in some safe house or shallow grave, her warning the only act of truth in a life of performance. He thought of the cold, clean voice on the phone. Negative value. He was a cost to be managed. Gary, at least, saw people as assets. You could negotiate with that. Gary's office was as he left it. The man himself sat behind his desk, a fresh cigar unlit in the ashtray. He didn't offer Brian a seat. Talk. Brian laid it out. The film as data storage. The defense contractor background. The encoded ledger. The consortium as a laundering front that needed the physical celluloid to access its own secrets. He placed the strip of film on the desk between them. This is a key. I don't know what it opens. They do. And they're willing to kill for it. They already are. Gary picked up the film strip, holding it to the light from a green-shaded lamp. He squinted. Numbers. Yes. And you think this is worth more than the 200 grand I just got back? I think it's worth orders of magnitude more. And I think they made a fool of you. They used your muscle, your reputation, to quietly repossess their own property. You weren't the lender. You were the cleanup crew. Gary's face darkened. That was the nerve. The insult to his standing. He put the film down carefully. What's your play? We can't read the data, but we can own the negative, the master, the physical thing they need. Jeff hid it. Dawn might know where. We find it. We take possession. Then we negotiate with Sterling from a position of strength. They don't get their data back until they pay a real premium. And they leave us, leave you. Alone. Us. Gary leaned back. You're including yourself in this. You says now. And the one they want to disappear. My interests are aligned. Gary considered, his eyes like chips of flint. This is high tech. This is spook stuff. Not my alley. It becomes your alley when they treat you like a hired hand. When they disrespect the transaction. This is about the principle. The yield is secondary. A slow smile spread across Gary's face. He appreciated the language. All right, we find the girl. We lean on her. She'll know where the idiot director stashed the goods. No, Brian said. The word out before he could weigh it. We don't lean. We extract. She's not an opponent. She's a resource, and she's already on the run from them. Gary's smile didn't fade, but it changed. You got soft in the sunshine, Brian. Sentimental. Practical. She trusts me. A little. That's the only in we have. Gary waved a thick hand, conceding the point. Fine. You find her. You get the location. We'll handle the retrieval. But if she balks... He let the sentence hang. How do you find a ghost? Brian had already thought about it. Dawn was an actress. A creature of habit and symbolism. There was one place she might go. One place that wasn't home, wasn't a set, but was a stage. The Revival Theater in Los Feliz. She'll go there when she needs to think, to remember what a real ending looks like. You're guessing. It's the only guess I have. Gary nodded, finally lighting his cigar. The smoke filled the room, a familiar, toxic haze. Go? Bring her in. I'll make some calls on this Sterling character. See what kind of pressure he's used to. He picked up the film strip again. I'll keep this safe. Brian knew it wasn't a request. He left the office, the strip of Dawn's face now in Gary's possession. He had traded one keeper for another, but this one he understood. This one operated in the world of fists and fear. As he walked out into the Chicago night, the wind whipping off the lake, he felt a perverse sense of grounding. He had pulled the phantom into his world. Now, it would get dirty. Now, it would bleed. The film was still running, but he had just changed the genre. It was no longer a noir. It was a heist movie, and he was going back to Los Angeles to steal the one thing that mattered. The truth printed on 1 billion grains of silver halide. The flight to Lax was a study in tension. Brian felt exposed in the pressurized tube, every passenger a potential sentinel. He used a credit card and a false name Gary had provided, a piece of his old world that still had some flex. He landed not into sunshine, but into the marine layer, a gauzy gray that muted the city. He took a cab to Los Feliz, getting out 2 blocks from the revival house. He approached on foot, scanning the street. The marquee advertised a Kurosawa retrospective. Rashomon. Appropriate. He bought a ticket, losing himself in the dim, musty lobby before slipping into the theater itself. It was sparsely populated. He took a seat in the back, his eyes adjusting to the gloom. He didn't see her at first. The black and white images flickered, a story of conflicting truths. Then, during the scene change, a door at the front opened to the emergency exit, letting in a sliver of gray daylight. It silhouetted a figure slipping into a seat in the very front row. A woman, her posture taut even in repose. Dawn. He waited through the rest of the film, his heart a slow, heavy drum. When the credits rolled and the house lights came up, he stayed put. The few patrons filed out. Dawn remained, a statue staring at the empty screen. He walked down the aisle, the worn carpet muffling his steps. He sat in the seat beside her. She didn't flinch. "They'll look for you here," he said quietly. "I know. I was hoping they'd send you." He looked at her profile. She looked exhausted, stripped of all pretense. Gary has the film strip. He knows what it is, or he knows it's valuable. Same thing to him. She finally turned her head. "So you brought the wolf into the hen house. I thought you were smarter." "It was the only wolf I had. They broke into my room in St. Louis. They called me. They have a very clean, very final offer. A monsieur. And Gary's offer is messier. Gary's offer is a partnership. He wants the master reel. He wants to own the thing they need. Then we negotiate." She gave a hollow laugh. "You're playing both sides now. I'm playing the only side that's left. Mine. And yours, if you're smart. Where's the negative, Dawn?" She looked back at the blank screen. Jeff was paranoid and cheap. He didn't trust bank vaults or safety deposit boxes. He said they had paperwork, signatures. He wanted something anonymous, something that already existed. Brian waited. The theater was utterly silent. He rented a storage locker, but not in his name, in the name of the production company. A shell within a shell. He put the cans inside a broken freezer unit, sealed it with duct tape. He said it was the last place anyone would look for something that needed to be kept cool and dry. Where? Van Nuys, Storall, Unit 417. The key is magnetic. It's under the ledge of the dumpster in the alley behind the facility. You haven't gone for it. I'm not a thief. I'm a messenger who's out of a job, and I knew they'd be watching it. It's a trap, Brian. For you or for me, or for anyone who comes. Oh, Brian absorbed this. It felt true. Of course, they'd watch the physical asset. It was the only thing that mattered. Then we give them a show. We let them see us take it. Her eyes narrowed. What are you talking about? Gary's men are already here. I called from the airport. They're good at extractions, and they're good at distractions. We let the consortium see us go for the locker. They'll focus on that. While they do, Gary's crew will be somewhere else, picking up something else. What? You. We're not just after the film. You're the witness. You're the one who can authenticate the data, explain how it was encoded. You're part of the package. Gary gets that. So we make a trade. The film for you. Except we rigged the trade. Jim Simon. She stared at him. A flicker of the old dawn returning, the calculating survivor. You want to use me as bait? I want to use you as the keystone. They think the film is the only objective. We show them it's not. We make them choose. And in the confusion, we take both. It's reckless. It's the only move that isn't just waiting to die. Will you do it? The projector hummed faintly in the booth above them. On screen, another story would soon begin. Dawn took a deep, shuddering breath. I'm tired of running. I'm tired of being a ghost in someone else's story. She stood up, smoothing her jeans. Let's go make a mess. Brian stood with her. As they walked up the aisle toward the exit, he felt the narrative shift again. He was no longer just a hammer. He was a director, staging a chaotic, dangerous scene. The locked room was about to be opened, the endless sunset about to be interrupted. They stepped out of the theater into the pale of daylight, two ghosts stepping into the frame, ready to burn the whole reel down. Thank you for staying with me until the end of tonight's true crime tale. If this case captivated you, don't forget to subscribe and hit that notification bell so you won't miss tomorrow's investigation. And to help our channel continue bringing you these stories. Sleep well, stay curious, and I'll be back tomorrow night with another true mystery from the shadows.